Okay, I'm on. Sorry, it took me a little bit. I was brewing some coffee. Alright. It is gonna be a long night. How's it going, guys? I have been gone for quite some time, and that is mainly due to the fact that, immediately after, immediately after, midterms, I got dumped on with even more homework. And speech in particular, actually, my speech intro to public speaking class, I was like, oh yeah, you got your speech done, you got your paperwork turned in, you took the exam, you did all that studying, all your homework's turned in, very good job. You got another speech due this Monday. And it's like, also, on top of that, you got homework to do where you got to talk about fucking Ronald Reagan. You got a quiz to do, read chapter 12, and you need a visual aid for this speech this time around. Also, you need to make a forum post. It's like, what the fuck? You know, like, so that's why I've been gone again. But luckily this time, what was I gonna say? Man, my brain is fried because like I've just been doing nothing but studying nonstop. Like, but luckily, after this next week, it's spring break, and although I will still have homework to do over spring break, I'll have some breathing room at least. I have another speech to work on, and I found that it is best for me to it's actually best for me to work on my speech if I live stream the research and type it out. So that's precisely what we're going to do today. This time we have a speech on Vermin Supreme, and I'll tell you exactly what we're getting into in just a moment here. So let me turn the music back on. All right. So, this is Vermin Supreme. Right here. So, this is who I'm giving my next speech on. And, so, he is a Democratic, presidential candidate for the 2024 election. And yes, this is a boot on his head. I'll show you guys a video about him. Let's see. Vermin Supreme. Let's see, where was it?
Well, not all the people running for president are names you know or faces you've seen before.
Vermin Supreme will take away your guns and give you better ones.
Of course, it wouldn't be a New Hampshire primary without my favorite perennial candidate, and again, he is real, Vermin Supreme.
They have.
So let me find a better video. Let's see if I can find it. Let's see. Where was it? It's like this is it.
A lesser known candidate, at least here in New Hampshire. But next candidate, you're up, sir.
My fellow Americans and others, as your president, I have promised to engage in hostilities only with powers that I deem to be a real and immediate threat to our peace-loving nation. And that is why I have ordered the Interdimensional Strategic Space Force Command to commence bombing of Narnia in 5 minutes. If we do not fight them in their dimension there, we will have no choice but to fight them in our dimension here. The orcs are an existential threat to our way of life. We will not stop until we have reached Middle Earth and the last orc is dead. In this uncertain time, we must unite as a country. Let us all pray for our fearsome flying unmanned robot pony drones as they rain fire and death upon our subhuman enemies. And in a indecent wedding parties and lots of non-combatant hobbits.
All right, we do have to wrap it. I appreciate that. Thank you very much, Mr. Supreme.
Oh my gosh. I don't know why it does that.
He's a lesser known candidate.
So, that is exactly who we're doing our speech on, and I have to have a visual aid this time, unfortunately. And I think I'll take care of that tomorrow. But yeah, this guy here, Vermin Supreme. So let me turn on the music again. So yeah. Yeah, I'll also turn on the one thing, the what was it? Speechify. Yeah, turn that back on, please. Yes.
Vermin Supreme. Vermin Love Supreme 2, born 1960 or 1961, is an American performance artist and activist who has run as a candidate in various local, state, and national elections in the United States. He served as a member of the Libertarian Party's Judicial Committee 3456. Supreme is known for wearing a boot as a hat and carrying a large toothbrush 7, and has said that if elected President of the United States, he will pass a law requiring people to brush their teeth. 4, 8, 9, 10. He has campaigned on a platform of zombie apocalypse awareness and time travel research. 11, and promised a free pony for every American. 12. In 2011, he participated in the Occupy Boston protests. 13. He is the subject of the 2014 documentary Who is Vermin Supreme? An Outsider Odyssey, which follows his 2012 campaign and explores his life as an activist and political prankster. 14. Supreme campaigned for the Libertarian Party's 2020 presidential nomination. At the 2020 Libertarian National Convention he came in third place, receiving 206 delegate votes. Political positions. Edit. Supreme generally runs for office as a satirical candidate, making proposals that are considered outlandish or unrealistic and communicating in an unorthodox way in order to mock politicians and the political system. His eccentric attire includes multiple ties and a boot on his head, and he sometimes carries a giant toothbrush. He has created attention by giving interviews to reporters and crashing campaign events for major candidates. Some of the main themes of Supreme's campaigns are instituting a mandatory toothbrushing law, giving every American a free pony, using zombies for renewable energy, zombie apocalypse awareness, and time travel research. He largely avoided discussing major political issues until his 2020 presidential campaign, which was more serious. Supreme has run variously as a Republican, a Democrat, and a Libertarian. 15, 16, 17, 18. Supreme discussed his political views in a 2008 promotional video. He said he was registered as a Republican at that time, but that he leaned toward anarchism and was influenced by the Situationist International, Dadaism, and Discordianism. 19. He asserted that libertarians are just about abolishing the government and letting shit fall where it may. 20, which he called a mistake, though he later said that assertion was based on a prejudice for lack of knowing. 21. He asserted that Republicans want to nullify the government, but offer no alternative to helping people other than charity. 20. Supreme's vision of anarchism holds no need for government and depends on citizens to take responsibility for themselves and for others, citing mutual aid and support and care to our fellow citizens as key elements. To that end, Supreme has called for a gradual dismantling of the government, while citizens take up the slack. He asserted that Americans no longer know how to be citizens, placing some of the blame on schools that teach in a very twisted and jingoistic fashion. 20. Discussing his presidential campaign in the video, Supreme describes his joke humor campaign as a response to the lies people are fed by the media and by the government. 20. In an interview with the New Hampshire in 2018, Supreme labeled his political beliefs as social anarchist and opined that Peter Kropotkin was a great anarchist thinker and writer. 22. Political campaigns. Edit. In 1986, Supreme joined the Great Peace March for global nuclear disarmament in protest of nuclear weapons. 2. Supreme's first political campaign was for mayor of Baltimore in 1987. At the time, Supreme was without income, and later said that he ran mainly to give myself a project, something to do. The election was won by Kurt Schmoke. 23. Supreme has run in every presidential election since 1992. 17.
That's impressive.
Supreme campaigned in the Washington, D.C. presidential primary in 2004. 24, where he received 149 votes. 25. Supreme campaigned in the New Hampshire Republican primary in 2008. He received 41 votes, 0.02%, in the New Hampshire primary. According to the Federal Election Commission, FEC, he also received 43 votes nationally in the general election 26. Supreme campaigned as a Democrat in the 2012 U.S. presidential election 27, 28, 29. His candidacy was supported by the Good Humor Party. On April 14, 2011, Supreme participated in the first debate of the new election cycle at the IGLO Dissidents Convention, which also included Jimmy McMillan, Jill Stein, and others. 3031 He qualified to be listed on the 2012 Democratic Party primary ballot in New Hampshire. 32 On October 29, 2011, Supreme participated in a satirical debate against a representative of the campaign of deceased British occultist Aleister Crowley. 33 On December 19, he participated in the lesser-known Democratic Candidates Presidential Forum, at the New Hampshire Institute of Politics at St. Anselm College, and glitter-bombed fellow candidate Randall Terry. 34. He was a candidate in the Iowa Democratic caucuses, and received 1.4% of the votes on January 3, 2012. 35 On January 10, 2012, in the Democratic primary in New Hampshire, Supreme received 833 votes. Barack Obama won the primary with 49,080 votes. 36 Supreme participated in the anti-NATO protests at the May 20 to 21 Chicago NATO Summit. 37-38 In May 2012, he visited the second largest regional high school in Maine to give a speech about his campaign style to a government class. 39 In June 2012, he participated in the Rainbow Gathering in Tennessee. 38. On August 25, Supreme announced his new political party, the Free Pony Party, and that he has chosen fellow fringe opponent Jimmy McMillan as his running mate. Conversely, McMillan stated he was still running for president on his own rent is too damn high party platform, and that Supreme would be McMillan's running mate. 40 In October, Supreme participated in a debate hosted by Peter Schiff in the Peter Schiff radio show, which featured a panel of overlooked presidential candidates including McMillan, independent write-in candidate Santa Claus, and write-in Republican presidential candidate Edgar Lawson. 41. Supreme attempted another presidential run in 2016. 42 He embarked on a tour of 20 cities to build support for his campaign and sought to qualify for matching funds from the Federal Election Commission, FEC. 42-43 He filed as a candidate in the New Hampshire Democratic presidential primary on November 21, 2015. 44 He was not invited to return to the lesser-known Democratic Candidates Presidential Forum, due in part to him glitter-bombing Randall Terry at the event in 2011. 45 Shortly before the primary, he was observed questioning Republican candidates Chris Christie and Ted Cruz through a bullhorn. Supreme engaged Christie in an informal debate over his Free Pony platform, during which he accused Christie of hating ponies, and asked Cruz whether he thought that water being used during waterboarding should include fluoride. 1846-47. Supreme received 256 votes in the primary on February 9, 2016, coming in fourth after former Maryland Governor Martin O'Malley, who had dropped out after the Iowa caucuses. 48. On March 4, Supreme switched his affiliation to the Libertarian Party. 49 He received the vote of a single delegate in the first round of presidential nomination voting at the 2016 Libertarian National Convention. Supreme ran again for president in 2020, this time as a Libertarian. This marked the first time that Supreme ran a legitimate campaign, focusing on real rather than satirical issues and using the slogan "In on the joke." 50 While Supreme continued to use satirical humor, he focused more on legitimate political issues. He called for ending foreign wars and voiced support for pardoning nonviolent drug offenders, ending the war on drugs, and reducing incarceration, which he called his top priority. On the COVID-19 pandemic, Supreme criticized President Donald Trump, arguing that he should have paid better attention to the virus and have made testing more widely available. He satirically promised to make COVID-19 illegal and, in a play on his campaign promise to go back in time and kill baby Hitler, vowed to go back in time and kill baby COVID. He facetiously pledged to create COVID-19 free zones because they work so well for things like guns and drugs. 51. He won the Libertarian presidential preference primary in New Hampshire on February 11, 2020. 52-53 On March 3, 2020, Supreme was declared the winner of the Massachusetts primary. 54 He dropped out on May 23, 2020, after Joe Jorgensen received the Libertarian Party's nomination for president. Incidentally, Supreme's running mate Spike Cohen was chosen to be the Libertarian vice presidential nominee. Supreme is running again for president in 2024, this time for the Democratic nomination. Supreme has thus far obtained ballot access in one state for the Democratic primaries, New Hampshire 55 on December 8, 2023. Supreme appeared at the lesser-known candidates forum hosted by St. Anselm College in Manchester, New Hampshire 56. Supreme placed 5th in the New Hampshire Democratic primary with 0.7% of the vote. 57. Supreme will also appear on the ballot for the Legal Marijuana Now Party's nomination in Minnesota, alongside 4 other candidates. 58. Supreme expressed interest in running for governor of Kansas in 2018. Although he did not live in the state, Kansas had very few strict requirements for running for office. Several teenagers taking advantage of the lack of requirements had filed to run for governor, and in order not to take any votes away from them, Supreme decided to run for Attorney General instead, becoming a challenger to incumbent Republican Derek Schmidt. The lack of requirements in order to run for office, as outlined in the state's constitution, has been heralded by Supreme. This is indeed a very interesting and attractive loophole, he said. I think that's a very good thing for democracy. Desiree Lindsay of Texas was named his campaign treasurer and would accompany him to his 2020 presidential campaign. Supreme was eventually disqualified from running on the basis of his non-residency in the state, his home address being in Massachusetts 5960. On August 24, 2020, Supreme announced that he would be launching a write-in campaign for the Libertarian nomination for the 2020 Massachusetts senatorial election. 61. Right to Pony during 2017 Clinton book tour. Edit. In December 2017, Hillary Clinton planned to visit Concord, New Hampshire, for a book tour promoting her new book What Happened. In advance of her presentation, Supreme planned a demonstration in front of the bookstore during the event. 62. The demonstration was to be a pony protest and include at least one pony. 63. Supreme has a history of making the election promise of ponies to constituents and has asserted that Clinton does not like ponies enough. 64. When Supreme sought a protest permit for his demonstration, the police ordered the city to deny his request. 64. In response, Supreme asserted his right to pony and retained Mark Randazza, an attorney with a reputation for advocacy of First Amendment rights, to represent him in suing the city of Concord for the permit. 63. The court found in favor of Supreme, issuing an injunction that the city give him a permit, allow him to protest the event, and allow him to bring ponies. 63. A stipulation was that Supreme had to pay for parking for ponies at the rate for cars. 65.
That's
When Supreme
hilarious.
presented the pony protest, there was a parade. 66. More than 1,000 people attended the book signing and protest. 67. Filmography. Edit. Electoral history. Edit. Personal life. Edit. Supreme grew up near Boston, Massachusetts 6970 and is said to be the oldest of 3 children. 2. He graduated from Gloucester High School in 1979, then moved to Baltimore to attend the Maryland Institute College of Art. 71. He eventually dropped out of college and began booking bands for underground music clubs. 2. He legally changed his name to Vermin Supreme in the 1990s while still in Baltimore. 2. In 2006, Supreme donated one of his kidneys to his mother, who was suffering from renal failure. 2. Supreme is married and has no children. 2. He resides in New Hampshire. 72. See also. Edit. List of frivolous political parties. Pat Paulson, often seen presidential candidate.
Parties.
Lord Buckethead.
Okay. That's incredible. I'm so glad I picked this topic. So once again, I'm only allowed to have one soft source. I don't know if I want my soft source to be this one, because it's Wikipedia. But this time, like last time when we did like Roland the Farter, we just had like nothing, like for research and for references. And this time it looks like our cup runneth over. Like there's, so that tells me that there must be like some Nexus Uni. So that tells me that there should be an academic journal about him. Maybe. Yeah, no. Hang on, let me turn this off real fast and like look for the Parkland. Okay, Parkland Library. This is real, by the way. We're doing this. Library. So, keyword Vermin Supreme. There is so much we can. I'm gonna log in. Perfect. All right. All right. Yeah, it looks like this time my cup runneth over with hard sources. Let's see. There's an ebook somewhere. I saw an ebook. Let's check this out. Ooh, they even have a PDF full text. Oh my god, we have the entire book here. That's incredible. Okay, so this is the cover. 18th to early. Okay, so part 4. How about bounds and okay, no. Search within. Okay, Vermin Supreme. Perfect. Vermin Supreme has run for president in every election from 1992 to, as of this writing, 2016. Despite the repetition, public attention to his clown candidacy has yet to diminish rather than it has skyrocketed. This fact alone suggests that his fringe campaigns for president contain considerable significance. I'm gonna read this, but I'm gonna grab my coffee, so I will be right back. Okay, I'm back. Alright, so some of those elements. Okay, can I get okay. Alt A.
Tools. This content may contain URLs/links that would redirect you to a non-EBSCO site. EBSCO does not endorse the accuracy or accessibility of these sites, nor of the content therein.
Yeah. I don't care. Can it not read PDFs? Okay.
Opens in a new window. Opens an external website. Opens an external website in a new window. Close this dialog. This website utilizes technologies such as cookies to enable essential site functionality, as well as for analytics, personalization, and targeted advertising purposes. To learn more, view the following link: Data Storage Policy. Close cookie preferences. Skip to main content. Result list. New search. Sign in. Folder.
Okay.
Help. Tools. Tools. Close panel. Add to folder. Save pages. Email pages. Print pages.
Shut
Site.
up.
Export.
Okay, shut up. Damn. Okay, so this is an entire book. We're not able to like. Okay, let's see. Let's look for Vermin. Why not the worst? So we need to go to 161. Here he is. Here it is. Okay, so see. I just wish that there was a way to reflection. Is there? No, it cannot. All right, so got my coffee. Some of those elements simply surface simply by sampling his media coverage in 1992 with that of 2016. In 1992, National Republic Public Radio, the NPR, dispatched correspondent Linda Wertenheimer and guest humorist Dave Barry to the New Hampshire primary. During his conversation with Barry on that network, All Things Considered, Wertheimer turned to the non-major candidates, as she called them. I hate to characterize them, but there are some candidates we have. And we had a man in here today who told us his name was Vermin. Scooping up her fumbling with this oddball humorist, Barry stepped into the field. Vermin Supreme. I ran into him at a shopping mall yesterday, which is really where you run into all of them. But Vermin Supreme came up and he was wearing what he was wearing. He handed. Okay, he handled them. Yeah, he was wearing a boot on his head, and it was making a statement. I think he was, why not the worst? So, I'm gonna need a lot of this tonight, because this is due on Monday. But it looks like we've come across like a freaking we have come across a fucking gold mine with research here. Unlike running into the wall that was rolling the farther, this time we got so much research that we could do, which is fantastic. So I'm gonna actually go ahead and start citing this, because this is definitely shit that we can use here. We got to do it in Times New Roman. Times New Roman. Shotgun. All right. And this will be Vermin Supreme. Cited sources. Okay, so now we go here, and we want APA. We need to find APA, 7th edition. Okay, perfect. Okay, now we go back to Word, and we just bub them. And that's a hard source too. So we're definitely gonna use that. I am on the fence of whether I want to use Wikipedia as now. It's also important to note that the last time that I made my cited sources, I was supposed to have my cited sources in alphabetical order, and I didn't do that last time. So this time I'm going to put extra focus on making sure that I do that. And on top of that, I also have right here the outline of and the graded paper of Roland the Farter here, which I scored an 89, but overall with the paperwork it actually adds up to a 91.5%, which is very good. And yeah, so they took off he took off points for me. Like when I started, like, through the bogs of St. Edmund, beyond the gaseous waste, like as a hero amongst men. So like before I said that, when I was opening up the speech for Roland the Farter, I basically was like, things were a lot different back in 12th century England. Back then they had they had a jester who could fart on command, and you know what? I'm gonna tell you about him. That was actually an idea from Ben. And I took it and ran with it, like, Ben's a goddamn genius. I don't know, like, and after I said that, but it's like before I get into that, I would like to read a passage from a song from written by the band Jaldabaoth, if I may. And then I read the passage, but the professor took off 3 points because he said, it's like, you should have just opened up with the song right out the gate. And he's kind of right. But I was also trying to, like, fill up time, which I guess I didn't need to do, because the time that I took to tell the speech, which it needed to be between 5 minutes and 7 minutes, ended up being 6 minutes and 59 seconds. So, right there. And I also did not use transitions in my speech. I just kept on talking and talking. And my conclusion was also, while it was good, it did not recap everything that I talked about, which is something I'm going to have to do this time around, and he actually knocked off 3 points for that. So, I also got feedback from some of my classmates, actually, which are right here, and the general consensus of the peer reviews that I've gotten from my classmates were that it was really funny and really well done. And I only had like one guy that just thought it was bad and stupid, and because I was like, dude, you're just talking about a dude that farts. It's like, but then I was like, you know what, that guy can go to hell. Whatever. Everybody else seemed to have loved it. Yeah, it was this guy. He was like confused. I was confused. Why are you talking about it's like, that's not the point of that's not the point of a peer review. I could give a informative speech about anything I god dang want, like, so, the speech, the Roland the Farter speech was a success, actually, all things considered. And everybody said that my hook for the speech was also really, really good, and so I'm gonna continue playing to my strengths here, and which is like and my study partner also said, it's like, it's pretty obvious that you're comfortable being in front of a large audience, and so yeah, I went on a little bit of a tangent there, but getting to the cited sources, let's see. So this is basically how the cited sources have to be. It's in alphabetical order. So I need to make sure that this time that my speech is also, the cited work is also in alphabetical order. So we'll use that right here as reference work for how my next speech should be. And I have my intro figured out a little bit, but I still need more information before I do. It's like, so we're gonna move on from 12th century, the 12th century England to present day England. The present day. So it's like this time we're gonna move from 12th century England to present day now, and we're gonna touch up on the political climate, which nowadays is a lot more it is more polarizing than it ever has been on both sides of the political spectrum. You know, you got the left wing who wants to fund the war in Ukraine so that Russia does not overrun the rest of Europe. On the other side, you got people that are focused on the border crisis that's ongoing. You got a rematch between President Trump, former President Trump and President Biden in the upcoming 2024 election. And I'm not going to talk about either of those, but I'm going to present you to the alternative. And I actually have to hold up a poster of Vermin Supreme. And then I tell them, ladies and gentlemen, today I am here to talk about Democratic presidential candidate for the upcoming 2024 election, Vermin Supreme. I will talk about his platform and his foreign policy, and there's one more thing that I need to find. Like his platform, his foreign policy, and there's a third thing that I haven't figured out, and I definitely do want to talk about it. Like, if he has a foreign policy, I absolutely want to talk about his foreign policy. If that foreign policy has to do with war with Narnia, I am there. I am there. So yeah, this time and you know, this time, like, our cup runneth over with research and resources. So we're actually really in good position here. It's just that the lack of time is the problem, because this was like scheduled like in such short notice too. I reckon it's probably because of spring break coming up, and I'm not sure if we're gonna have any homework for speech like coming up for spring break. We better not, because like I've just been getting trolled and just bombarded with work by my speech class. My intro to public speaking, of all of my 4 of my classes, is the toughest, the hardest class I have, and it's not even close. Like, I thought it would be Business 101. While the material in Business 101 is kind of cumbersome to understand, and like, you know, it's frankly really boring, I've been like, I still have an A+ in that class, like, and you know, like with the extra credit and all that, like I am above a 100% in the class. And then there's English 101. It's just English 101. And then there's my film appreciation class, and I believe I have I forget what my grade was. I know it was an A, but with the midterm paper that I had to do, I had to score a 92. I had to score an 82% on the paper to maintain an A, and I had my paper peer reviewed and everything, and I met all the requirements of the rubric. And it's like, dude, I'm not gonna get an 82% on that paper. Like, it's not happening, right? So, like, that one's, I'm pretty confident that I'm gonna finish the midterm with an A. The only reason with this class that I'm not gonna finish with, that I potentially won't finish with an A in the class for the midterm, is because my fucking professor accidentally put me down for a 0 for my, paperwork that I turned in for my Roland the Farter speech. I emailed about him and even confronted him twice in person about it, and he said both times, yeah, it's a mistake. I thought I fixed it already. It looks like I haven't. And to this point, as I'm sitting here and streaming and working on homework, he still has not corrected it. And and apparently this Monday is the deadline to turn in grades for the midterm. So that is actually why I'm going to have a B in the class instead of an A, and it's not even correct. And it's not, like, otherwise, like, I would have a 95% in public speaking. And that is bullshit. Like, that is just bullshit. I did the work and I'm not in, and he's admitted that it was a mistake, and I'm still gonna get punished for it. I'm starting to really not like this professor. I liked him at first. I like how he carries himself, but as a professor, like, his lectures are great. You know, he's a great communicator. He better be, because it's a public speaking class. But as a professor, like, he is like, he must be scatterbrained or something. Like, you know, and that's fine, but like, I should not have to fight you tooth and nail to fix a grade. And if you don't know what I'm talking about, here's what I'm talking about right here. So this is my grade. This is not correct, right? So this is everything that I've done so far. Here's the first speech that I've done, and here's the bell curve for that. I'm way above the class average, right? And here's like the next speech that's supposed to come up. And here's my in-class work for like the peer reviews of other people's speeches that I had to peer review. And here's the first speech paperwork. It's still a fucking 0, and it's the only thing that is keeping me below a 90% in the class. So let's do some math here. I'm gonna do some math here. Like, so 332 plus 30, that equals 362, right? So we take, so let's get a calculator here. So let's see what my grade actually is. And this is not factoring in the extra credit that I've scored in the class so far. So we got 332 plus 30. That's 362, right? We take that and we want to divide that by 379. My grade should be a 95.5%. Right? That's what my grade actually should be as of the midterm. And this is a problem. Even though, like, you know, even though the midterm grade doesn't matter that much, admittedly, like, it's your final grade that does. And so the problem is that I am currently in the process of filling out a form to exclude, because like I have not been in school for 8 years, and I was previously going to school for like a digital media major, and so I have a brand new major now. I'm an accounting major, and this is the first time that I have finished the midterm with straight A's. Like, I've never done that in my life before, like never. And I'm really proud of myself for doing that. Like, I've really turned things around as a student. Because I used to be like a C or D student, and now I'm like looking at being a 4.0 grade point average student. And so my academic advisor suggested, is like, all right, so you are kicking major ass this semester, so here's what I want you to do. I want you to fill out this form. And what this form is that it's going to say, hey, I am a completely different person now. I have not been in school for at least 2 years, in which case I've been gone for 8 years. I have a brand new major, and I currently have a 4.0 grade point average. Let's take all of my old classes and strike it off my my GPA. So I will go from a 1.1 grade point average, or I think that's what it was. My grade point average is. I'll go from a 1.1 to a 4.0, and that is huge. especially considering because my original plan was I didn't even know this was a possibility, and so my original plan was like, all right, well, if I want to get to the University of Illinois and get my bachelor's degree in accounting, I'm gonna have to like be the perfect student, and like I cannot get a single B in any class, and if I do everything perfectly, I'll end up with a 3.7 grade point average going into a 3.7 GPA by the time that I apply for classes at the University of Illinois. And while that's not a perfect GPA, that's above 3.5, which is like well above the average of many different students. And that'll make me look better for when I apply for classes at the University of Illinois. And I'm at a disadvantage because I'm a non-traditional student. So, that being said, this after I fill out this form, and even if I get denied now or accepted later, I think there's like a waiting period before I can fill out this form. If I fill this out now, then and if I get accepted for it, I'll have a perfect grade point average, and that'll bring up my chances of getting to the University of Illinois much easier, and I will not have to have straight A's going all the way to until I get my associates in accounting. So why is this important? It's because if I have a B in this class and it's not even fucking accurate because it's been admitted and it's on paper that this is a mistake, and it's the only thing keeping me from being above a 90%. My argument for my academic exclusion form is just null and void because of that, and it's not even my fault. So you can see why I'm really fucking pissed off about this. This is bullshit. Like, I did A work and it's not even, and I'm gonna get screwed over regardless, unless he just fixes it, which he says he will. And the deadline for midterm to turn into midterm grades is Monday, and I have a feeling that I'm gonna have a B in the midterm, and then he's gonna fix it, and that it's like that's not fair. Like, that's just not fucking fair, you know. I'm sorry guys, I didn't mean to go on that tangent, but it's just bullshit, you know. But yeah, that aside, let me down this coffee a little more and then gonna do some more reading about this presidential candidate. So I'll be right back. Alright, I'm back. Okay. I still don't know, like, his platform, his foreign policy, and so could ask ChatGPT real fast. And ask it, it's like, if I wanted to make a speech about a presidential candidate, what are 3 speech would I speak about?
When crafting a speech about a presidential candidate, it's essential to focus on key aspects that will help convey their qualifications and appeal to the audience. Here are 3 points for the body of your speech. Leadership and experience. Highlight the candidate's leadership qualities and experience in relevant roles. Discuss their track record and achievements in positions that demonstrate their ability to make tough decisions, handle crises, and lead effectively. Provide examples of how the candidate has demonstrated strong leadership skills in the past, whether in government, business, or other areas. This could include legislative accomplishments, executive experience, or community involvement. Policy positions and vision. Clearly outline the candidate's policy positions on key issues. Explain how these positions align with the values and priorities of the audience or the broader public. Discuss the candidate's vision for the country and how they plan to address critical challenges. Highlight specific policy proposals or initiatives that showcase their understanding of important issues and their plans for positive change. Contrast the candidate's vision with the current state of affairs or with opposing candidates, emphasizing the unique and beneficial aspects of their approach. Character and integrity. Speak to the candidate's character and integrity, emphasizing their trustworthiness and commitment to ethical conduct. Share anecdotes or examples that illustrate their personal values and commitment to public service. Address any instances where the candidate has demonstrated resilience, courage, or moral leadership. This can help build a narrative around the candidate's character, making a persuasive case for why they are not only qualified but also the right choice for the presidency. Contrast the candidate's character with any negative portrayals or misconceptions, presenting a balanced and authentic image. Remember to support each point with evidence, facts, and anecdotes to make your speech more compelling and persuasive. Additionally, consider the values and concerns of your audience to tailor your speech effectively.
Okay, so here's the thing. Leadership and experience. This guy has no fucking experience. He's never held a public office before. So I guess I could talk about his character and integrity. I guess that is something we could talk about. Who he is, his platform, and his foreign policy, as well as his foreign policy. I think that works. So, like, who he is. So, Vermin Supreme. Who is Vermin Supreme? Okay. So who is Vermin Supreme? Well, we know that he legally changed his name in like 1992 or something, or 1990, I believe. Vermin Supreme. Mark Stein. Okay, yeah. Surely there's more stuff on him. Libertarian. Yes. I already found like a book as a hard source. So like the last speech that I did, Roland the Farter, I could barely do any research on that. This time around, my cup runneth over with how much stuff that I can cite and research from. So like there are books, there are newspapers, like everything. Like I'm easily gonna have enough information to work with the only downside being that it's just such little time to do it. As of last week, like this week, I mean, actually. Like, I don't know, we found out that we were doing another speech, like, this Monday. Yeah, well, no, this is actually an easier topic. Because I've been working on other stuff. Like, what, the speech? Anyway. Yeah, I mean,
At least here in New Hampshire. But next candidate, you're up, sir.
My fellow Americans and others. As your president, I have promised to engage in hostilities only with powers that I deem to be a real and immediate threat to our peace-loving nation. And that is why I have ordered the Interdimensional Strategic Space Force Command to commence bombing of Narnia in 5 minutes. If we do not fight them in their dimension there, we will have no choice but to fight them in our dimension here. The orcs are an existential threat to our way of life. We will not stop until we have reached Middle Earth and the last orc is dead. In this uncertain time, we must unite as a country. Let us all pray for our fearsome flying unmanned robot pony drones as they rain fire and death upon our subhuman enemies and innocent wedding parties and lots of non-combatant hobbits.
All right, we do have to wrap it. I appreciate that. Thank you very much, Mr. Supreme. He's a lesser-known candidate, at least here in New Hampshire.
my God. Oh, man. Fucking love that. Anyway, I gotta find out more about who he is. Let's see. Political positions. Personal life. He apparently legally changed his name from to Vermin Supreme. What was his original name, though? That's what I need to know. Vermin Love Supreme. But, like, what was his first... he changed his name, but, like... what was his name? That's the question, you know? Like... And that's what I'm trying to find out. Let's see if I can find something on Google. What was Vermin Supreme's original? No, not Vermont. Original name. That's his real name, yes, but like... That's his full name, but... But what was his... biography? Wait a minute, what is this? IMDb? Why is this here? That's not at all what I'm looking for. Okay. Yes, that's his legal name. Unfortunately, an anonymous harasser has been threatening to reveal Supreme's birth name. Oh, we do not know his birth name. Ah. That's something. So I'm actually gonna put that down. His legal name is Vermin Supreme. Okay, we need to change that to a number. No, no. No. There's a way to do this, and I don't know how to do it. Set numbering value to a 1. No. It has to be a number 1. This is shit. Alright. 1 dash. There we go. Alright. Intentionally kept under wraps. Okay, we do not know. We actually don't want this. Okay, who is Vermin Supreme? Okay, so we actually fucked up. Okay, there we go. Who is Vermin Supreme? And we can't ask that. We actually will get docked if we ask a rhetorical question. So I will, when I transition from the intro to the body, I'm gonna have to come up with a transitional word, but like, which I'm not sure what I could use, okay, we do not. Okay, so this I'm gonna cut and paste. Cut. All right. His legal name is Vermin Supreme. We actually do not know his legal name. Couldn't tell you why. Couldn't tell you why that's the case. but he is. Oh, what's up, guessing? He resides in New Hampshire. Hails from New Hampshire. And I gotta use he hails from New Hampshire. Yeah, you're the first person to tune in today. How you doing, guessing? I guess not a lot of people like that. The reason I'm like streaming this is less actually for content and more for the fact that this actually turned out to be the best way that I can do my speeches. You know, because it forces me to stay on task in a way, in case like somebody like tunes in, and it was actually like doing that was actually a massive success for my first speech. Now my role in the farter speech, the speech itself got an 89, which is below my goal, but with the paperwork, which I got 30 out of 34. That actually, the math actually adds up to me having a 91.5% for giving a speech about a jester who farts on command, and which does complete my goal of trying to get an A talking about a farting jester, and so like yeah, so I even got right here my peer reviews of the people that peer reviewed my speech, and the general consensus of my speech was that it was absolutely hilarious and it was done very well. Yeah, the fart guy. Yeah, like let me read an excerpt from one of my peer reviewers. Is like, he presents his person as an important figure, but really he's just a farter. He said a quote which was pretty funny. This man farts and kills beasts. This man can fart on command and is making a lot of money. He was awarded 100 acres of land for his service, which is absolutely surprising. Okay, so let me go to the strengths. This person said my strengths was the speech was memorable, interesting, educational. The attention getting was superior to other speeches. He said his farts could kill beasts, and that got my attention. Her recommendation was be more confident. He came into the room saying this speech is either going to go extremely well or horribly wrong, which was true. So that was one. Yeah. Introduction had me engaged to know more. Attention getter was funny. Yeah. So like, I had like one peer review from one person, and that person the consensus the criticism was that it was confusing to listen to. Why is he talking about a farting jester? This is, I'm just confused the whole time. He had no transitional phrases, and it's like, so I only had one negative review, and it was more of the fact that attacking the topic itself rather than like the speech, and so it was like, oh fuck that guy, whatever. So far everybody liked it, and I got an A doing it, which in my book is a win. So, yeah. This time, if you want to know what we're doing our speech on, it's Vermin Supreme. And I will show you who exactly Vermin Supreme is. So that you can, because this is another stupid topic here.
A lesser known candidate, at least here in New Hampshire. But next candidate, you're up, sir.
My fellow Americans and others, as your president, I have promised to engage in hostilities only with powers that I deem to be a real and immediate threat to our peace-loving nation. And that is why I have ordered the Interdimensional Strategic Space Force Command to commence bombing of Narnia in 5 minutes. If we do not fight them in their dimension there, We will have no choice but to fight them in our dimension here. The orcs are an existential threat to our way of life. We will not stop until we have reached Middle Earth and the last orc is dead. In this uncertain time, we must unite as a country. Let us all pray for our fearsome flying unmanned robot pony drones as they rain fire and death upon our subhuman enemies and innocent wedding parties and lots of non-combatant hobbits.
All right, we do have to.
So, yes, this guy is, so this is, Vermin Supreme, and he is a Democratic presidential candidate for the 2024 election. And yes, that is a boot on his head, and yes, this is real. This is real, by the way. Yeah, you know, fuck President Biden, fuck former President Trump. Forget those guys. I'm talking about the alternative, and this is the alternative. Yeah, so, so there you have it. The goal is to get another A, talking about an absolute ridiculous topic again, and this time it's on the presidential candidate Vermin Supreme, who platforms on zombie apocalypse awareness. He platforms on time travel research. He promises to sign into law a bill that will force every American to brush their teeth, and he promises every man to have one pony. So yeah. So basically, we're gonna talk about who he is and where he comes from. He hails from New Hampshire. We do not know of his birth name, or it was intentionally omitted, and his legal name is in fact Vermin Supreme. So like we're gonna also talk about his platform, and okay, so I also got it. He wears a boot on his head. And yes, that is a boot on his head. And what I was gonna do tomorrow is I was gonna head over to Staples, and I was actually gonna see if it was possible for Staples to print me off a, because I have to have a visual aid, and and this is gonna, I'm gonna try to get this on a poster board, and try to get it in color, and this is what I'm gonna present. So here's what my introduction is gonna be. So it's like, so we're gonna move on from 12th century England to present day, and I'd like to talk to you about the political climate, which is so much more polarizing today than it ever has been on both sides of the political spectrum. On the left side today, people are worried about funding the war in Ukraine so that Ukraine could push Russia out of Ukraine, and we don't have to fight them. We don't have to send troops over to Europe to fight Russia, and thus averting World War III. On the right side of the political spectrum, people want to put more focus on the border crisis and the standoff between President Biden and Texas Governor Greg Abbott. And we're coming to a presidential election where we have a rematch between President Biden and former President Trump. But I'm not going to talk about either of those guys. Instead, I'm going to present the alternative. Ladies and gentlemen, today I am here to talk about Democratic presidential candidate for the upcoming 2024 election, Vermin Supreme. I will talk about who he is, his platform, as well as his foreign policy. And yes, that is a boot on his head. So that's kind of the gist of my my first my intro. So I have that kind of down. It's a little shaky on exactly what I'm going to talk about with the intro. And my original plan was that I was going to interview my dad and my stepdad, who are polar opposites on the political spectrum. My dad is very left-leaning. My stepdad is a MAGA Republican, and I was going to interview both of them, and I wanted to talk to them about their politics and their beliefs and what they think is the most pressing topic in this day and age. And I was going to use that for the intro. Reason I cannot do that is because my father is currently recovering in the hospital from kidney surgery, and his recovery is turning out to be less than ideal. And therefore, if I cannot interview him, or at the very least my stepmother, and they're still in the hospital, I therefore can't really do much. Well, I mean, I could probably still interview my stepdad, and talk about what he thinks is the most pressing issue in this day and age, like the what he is most concerned about in this election year. And I could do that, but okay. So I'm gonna talk about the left. I am left-leaning, by the way. So all right, one. No. Okay. Or 3. Right. Turn about. And then I could just like, yeah, we could just like save that for now. And okay, I gotta. Oh my fucking god! There's no way. Guys, alright, something just happened. There's no fucking way. What the fuck? That is incredible. Okay, so, I'm gonna bring your attention to something, guys. So, I tweeted out my stream that I was gonna research Vermin Supreme. And Vermin Supreme fucking responded. Is this him? Is this him? There's no way this is him. Holy fuck. There's no way. That is incredible. Wow. That is awesome. That is fucking awesome. This is Vermin Supreme. He fucking tweeted me. That's crazy. I'm gonna follow him. Yeah. Oh man. That is amazing. Wow. Fucking amazing. That is crazy. So that happened, I guess. So, okay, I need to take a break after that. That was fucking cool. Cool as shit, honestly. That I got fucking tagged by the guy and I'm fucking researching. Anyway, I'll be right back, guys. Don't go anywhere. I'm gonna grab some coffee. Oh my god. Dude, I did not expect that. That is fucking cool. Oh my god. I can't believe that happened. That I'm actually gonna fucking I'm gonna I'm legit going to fucking clip that. Anyway, let's stay on task here. So I need to know what the right wing something that the right wing is concerned about. I know the left wing is concerned about the war in Ukraine and making sure Russia is defeated, thus avoiding World War III. The right, so the Republicans, and I'm using Republican as a collective here. Like, so like this doesn't include like, you know, Mitt Romney or Arnold Schwarzenegger or whatever. Like the you know, the so-called rhinos. Um, so this is awesome. I'm gonna retweet that. That is so fucking cool. That I got fucking tagged by Vermin Supreme. Like that made my day right there. Honestly, it did. Um, so anyway, I guess what I could do is I could call my or I could actually text my stepdad here because I'm not able to legally use a I'm not able to legally use my the interviewing my stepdad as a hard source because that is because that he's not an expert. However, like around here, I won't say who it is, but in this town, there is somebody that is running for the state senate, and I could have interviewed him, but within the next 2 days, I don't see that happening. So I'm actually gonna go ahead and text. Let me see if I can call my mom. Maybe on stream. I'll tell her that I'm streaming, but like, let me see if I can call my mom. me see what I got. Okay. Okay, so he wears a boot on his head, but what I want to know is what is that symbolizing? What does that mean? What is he like communicating with that fucking boot on his head? What is this? I need to see this.
Hi, my name's Vermin Supreme, and I'm generally known as a person who's running for president. I'm a friendly fascist. I'm a tyrant that you should trust, and you should let me run your life, because I too know what is best for you. I'm a fringe candidate. That means I'm running for president of America. Of course, on any given year, literally several hundred people are running for president, but you don't generally hear about them. But this year things, got a little different, and I literally blew up. Well, figuratively blew up. I guess I didn't literally blow up, of course. When did I become a meme? I would say it started on December 19th last year. It was at the lesser known candidate debate.
I'm asking you right now, do you still stand by your pledge made in 2008 to provide a pony for every American?
Yes, I do, sir. Free ponies for all Americans. I gave a dandy performance, and it seemed to very much resonate with the people. But that very night, I glitter bombed. Had the pleasure of glitter bombing homophobe and fetishist Randall Terry. Jesus told me to make Randall Terry gay with magic sprinkle dust.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Supreme. Thank you.
And it was that night after I had sprinkled the magic fairy dust on him to turn him gay, Jesus having told me so. My friend Jimmy had shot that because I was able to bring a few people into the audience that night, and we put that out on the internet as quick as we could. And that went out in the tens of thousands, maybe. But then by the time that C-SPAN eventually ran the actual debate, it did in fact go viral. For me, it became a meme when the image and likeness started to be appropriated and started to be used in various artistic projects.
Turning gay. Thank you. All right. Okay. Turning gay. And all the ungays melting away.
And being a meme is a very curious and interesting phenomenon. It means that I am now bigger and larger and exist in a way that is far beyond my physical body. When I blew up, when I became super big and super internet famous, I picked up a lot of very exciting and interesting and new constituents. And the bronies, the fans of the My Little Pony series have been
The
amazing in their
bronies?
support for my campaign. They have generated much of the fan art that has come out. A lot of the posters, a lot of the pony graphics, because they really seized onto the whole free pony for all Americans promise. And they've been great supporters.
I wanted to follow up on Ambassador Shoemaker's question
Yes.
regarding the ponies.
Yes.
Is that the only government entitlement program that you support? What other entitlement programs are you for?
Just that one. The transition from print into digital, the social media development of the social media. I believe the last election when President Obama got himself elected on promises of hope and change, and not being able to deliver on that, and creating a vast group of youth who are totally disillusioned with the politics because they've been promised something and they didn't see it coming, and it just all congealed. It came together in this moment in time, and I think that's what happened. You know, it just struck a nerve, and I blew up, and now I am a meme. I am a meme. I like my coffee with cream. I am a meme.
I personally, I don't like my coffee with cream. I like my coffee black with no sugar. I'm very, very big on flavor I do like the
My name is
bitterness.
Vermin Supreme.
And like and plus I can't really have sugar anyways, so it just lines up. Yes, I drink my coffee with I drink my coffee black, no sugar, no nothing, you know.
I am a meme. I'm on your computer screen. I am a meme. My name is Vermin Supreme. I am a meme. Like an electronic dream. I am a meme. On the digital stream. I am a meme. I take my coffee with cream.
All right, so I have an idea. I have an idea here. Go back to Twitter. Hopefully I don't get... Alright, so we have... Vermin Supreme fucking responded. And so I must take this opportunity. Super dope that you somehow saw this and responded. Thank you so much. I have one question. Since I am still doing research, I would like to know, where should I start to read? What is your foreign policy like? Yeah, we're gonna respond. We're gonna respond, and I want to see if he'll answer. If that's him, if that's really him. This is like the perfect time to fucking ask him a question. I'm gonna tell my professor about this too. Like I'll tell him, it's like, hey, fucking Vermin Supreme like tagged me on Twitter, and like I asked him a question, and I'm using that in my speech. I don't know if how the hell I'm gonna. Wow, that was fast. That was really fucking fast, actually. Dude, I fucking... Oh. No, he's responding to something else. Like, that is so fucking cool. Like... Man, if there was anybody I wish I could interview, it'd be him. No, he was responding to something else. And it's the video that I've already seen, so like... That is honestly cool as shit. Like, oh my god, that is incredible. That is so cool. That's cool as shit, honestly. It's like, yeah, I'm gonna use. It's like I'm gonna use this opportunity to fucking. I'm gonna use this opportunity to ask him a question. I must know what is his foreign policy like. Oh man. Oh, that is so fucking cool. Dude, I honestly can't wait for Monday now. Like, hopefully, assuming that I finish this, because I have until Monday to do this. I have like, I mean, I reckon I can get this done in like, because we got our, we almost have our intro to our speech. Like, we're gonna move on from 12th century England to present day. The political climate is now polarizing more than ever, on both sides of the political spectrum. So, as far as like the Democrats, they're concerned about the war in Ukraine and making sure Russia is defeated, thus avoiding World War III. The right, so I have an idea. My stepdad is a MAGA Republican. So like, what I was gonna do is I was gonna on stream, I was gonna call my mom and my stepdad, um, and ask them a couple questions and what they think, because the original plan was that I was gonna interview them, but because of the fact that my dad, because I was gonna interview him as well because he's left-leaning. He's in the hospital right now and recovering from surgery. I cannot, and my stepmother is still with him. I can't interview them, so that kind of throws that plan out the window. But I can at least get him in a call on stream and like talk about like how you know, what they think is the most pressing matter, you know, going into the 2024 election. And they are going to say things that are probably like politically might be out of pocket. They're aware that I don't agree with their politics. And we decided to agree to disagree. And hopefully they don't bash on my politics on stream. So that's so once I do that, then we can talk about what the what Republicans are concerned about going into the 2024 election. And then we got, like, you know, President Biden and former President Trump in a rematch in the 2024 election. And I'm not going to talk about either of them. Instead, I am going to present the alternative. Ladies and gentlemen, I am here to talk about Democratic presidential candidate for the upcoming 2024 election, Vermin Supreme. I will talk about who he is, his platform, as well as his foreign policy. And yes, that is a boot on his head. So that's pretty much what my intro will be. And it'll be about a minute long. So, like, we'll be in good shape on that front. Let's see if he responds. He tweeted me again, but like he was responding to my my Twitter stream, which is really cool. But yeah, so I think he is from New Hampshire. Is that right? Let me fact check myself on that. Like, is he from New Hampshire? We could also Google it. Like, where is Vermin Supreme from? Massachusetts. Okay, so he actually is from Massachusetts. So I'm actually wrong. Thought he was from... Okay. How do I spell Massachusetts? Rockport, Massachusetts. Yes, he made promises to give a pony to all Americans, to have zombie apocalypse awareness. That should say awareness. And to have time travel research. He said that he said what the fuck? He said he will pass a law in order to order everyone to brush their teeth. Supreme was born on June 26th in Rockport. Yeah, but that's where he's from. But where does he live? But where does he live? That's Vermin Supreme. I want to say New Hampshire. Unless that was just where the primary was. Maybe it's under like personal life or something. Grew up near Boston. Okay, graduated. Okay. He does reside in New Hampshire. Okay, so he was born in Massachusetts. I could have copy paste that. I don't want to fucking have to try to type that. Call me lazy. Alright. So, let's see, did I... Yeah, he's in the shower right now, so I'll have to, like, give him a call when he gets out. I will be right back, guys. I gotta use the restroom. Don't go anywhere. Okay, I'm back. Alright, so... I guess it's just a waiting game. Because, like, And then the next thing... Okay, he wears a boot on his head. I want to know what that means, but, we'll have to... be... Alright. Who is Vermin Supreme? Is his platform. Okay, there. So, his platform. He's currently campaigning for zombie apocalypse awareness. I think it was zombie apocalypse awareness. It could be time travel research, passing a law to mandate American citizens brush their teeth, and he promises every American a right to own a pony. Not to own a pony, because we all have a right to own a pony, but he's going to make sure we all have ponies. Alright, so we have that, but there's got to be more to talk about, like subcategories. I have an idea. We're going to be repeating this phrase a lot. Zombie apocalypse awareness. There's got to be more. He is campaigning on the platform of. Okay, yeah. Yeah, so that's better. Alright. Let's see if I got a response. And this is a shot in the dark, so, like, he might not respond to that, but, like, you know. But, like, it would have been... I wanted to know about his foreign policy, you know. We could research his foreign policy. Or at least attempt to. Okay. His policy. It's gonna be a short outline, unfortunately, because a lot of what we're talking about is in the intro. But we have a good amount of information so far, and we only have one hard source, and we haven't even tried to look for more sources. I mean, we could use the Wikipedia page as the soft source. I mean, I think that would be a mistake, but I mean, we totally could. Let's see. All right, so let's figure out his foreign policy. Okay. Is there a dark mode for this? There's got to be a dark mode, please. Name, like, please give me a dark mode. Not, come on, really? Okay, yeah. Now, please, dark mode. Really? No? Alright, well, what is Vermin Supreme or policy? There's got to be something that talks about his foreign policy. Let's see. And this is probably going to have to be my soft source here. Doesn't even have a foreign policy. Now, okay, so in the video... Now, in the video, he mentions... Okay, C-SPAN. What is this?
My proposal is that we stop vetoing action by the United Nations and let the United Nations do what it's supposed to do. And
what is Vermin Supreme? Is that a premium version of being a varmint? So Vermin Supreme is and what's up, Cat Screw? Vermin Supreme is a 2024 Democratic presidential candidate for the 2024 election. If you want to know what he looks like, this is him. And yes, that is a boot. And just to give you the vibe of what he is platforming on zombie apocalypse awareness, time travel research, mandating all American citizens to brush their teeth, and promises every man a pony. And this is real, by the way. This is not fictitious. This is not a joke. I mean, this is satirical in nature, yes, but like he is legitimately running for president. Like, why the boot? I don't know. I would love to find out. I want to know what the boot means. How is he doing? So from what I have seen, let's see, Vermin Supreme, it looks like in the New Hampshire primary, he received 910 votes and got 5th place in the primary. And note that everybody's gonna vote for Joe Biden because he's going to be the Democratic nominee, but he's not that far behind. he's you know. How old do you have to be to receive a pony? He says every American will receive a pony. So that implies that there is no age limit. I assume maybe you'd have to be at least 18 years old, because that's when you're considered an adult, federally at least. You know, so we can surmise maybe 18, and if you really want to understand, you truly want to know about this guy, here you go.
He's a lesser known candidate, at least here in New Hampshire. But next candidate, you're up, sir.
My fellow Americans and others, as your president, I have promised to engage in hostilities only with powers that I deem to be a real and immediate threat to our peace-loving nation. And that is why I have ordered the Interdimensional Strategic Space Force Command to commence bombing of Narnia in 5 minutes. If we do not fight them in their dimension there, we will have no choice but to fight them in our dimension here. The orcs are an existential threat to our way of life. We will not stop until we have reached Middle Earth and the last orc is dead. In this uncertain time, we must unite as a country. Let us all pray for our fearsome flying unmanned robot pony drones as they rain fire and death upon our subhuman enemies and innocent wedding parties and lots of non-combatant hobbits.
All right.
So now you kind of understand what this guy is about. So yeah. There you have it. So that is in contrast of the fact of last week I did Roland the Farter. Yes. Why do I have to research him for school? I am giving a speech about him in my Intro to Public Speaking class. I have to do another informative speech, this time with a visual aid. And tomorrow I'm going to be going to Staples to see if they're able to print me out a poster of this picture. And yeah, so yeah. Yeah. Just give the speech the way he would say it. That would be plagiarism, my guy. I can quote him, but I would have to cite that. I can't because like plagiarism for speech is in fact a thing. It's not just in essays. So I actually cannot do that. Now I can. Now since there's very little about his foreign policy, which is, by the way, like one of the topics. One of the topics of for the body of my speech, because the speech is going to be covering who he is, his platform, and his foreign policy as president. So like you know, so and I got to make sure that I have enough information really to talk about it in at least 5 minutes. So see. Also, pretty cool thing though, I would like to point out, that happened on stream, by the way. So I tweeted out my stream. And Vermin Supreme responded. This is Vermin Supreme. This is fucking him. And that happened while I was fucking. He just told me good luck, and then he also tagged my thing on here with the video I just now showed you. Which I think this video kind of answers my question about his foreign policy. Now, unfortunately, if I do talk about his foreign policy, this is the soft source that I'm gonna have to use, which is a YouTube video. So and everything else is gonna have to be a hard source, because my speech is only allowed to have we're only allowed to have like one soft source, and everything else has to be a hard source, and we have to have 5 sources to do our research on. That being said, a soft source is basically like, that is a reference. Okay, so a soft source is a reference that is not concrete. So that is like a source that's like a web page or a tweet or a YouTube video or something on a website. That source is subject to change over time. So like Wikipedia, for example, is a soft source because people edit that, and like say like the website goes down, it's like, hey, it's not up indefinitely, so it's a very abstract sort of source for research, therefore it's not there forever and ever. Now a hard source is the opposite. That is basically a source that is concrete and is there for pretty much indefinitely, and it's permanent. So that's like your books, your movies, your interviews, your newspaper articles, academic journals, and so on. So like that now that being said, I can, for an example, I can have like one web page as a source for my research. Everything else has to be a hard source. Right? So, and technically, Now, technically, I can do all of my research off of soft sources, but this is just simply a rule set by the professor. So we have to have, at the very minimum, either 5 hard sources or 1 soft source and 4 hard sources. But we don't want to only have 5 sources. We want to be around the realm of 6 or 7. So, yeah. Yeah, so going back, like we can totally use this as a soft source if we wanted to, right? So, what is this?
Once again, of course, Vermin Supreme, friendly passion, type you can trust. Let me run your life. I know what is best for you.
Let Vermin run your life.
Yes, all politicians are Vermin. I am the Vermin Supreme, and that is why I'm a qualified candidate in this race at this time. Yes, I'm a politician. I will lie to you because I have no reason not to. Yes, I will promise you anything your little heart desires because you are my constituents. You are the informed voting public, and I have no intention of keeping any promise that I make. Yes, this election year, vote early, vote often, and remember, vote for Vermin Supreme, so vote completely thrown away. The only candidate who advocates serious and strict mandatory toothbrushing laws, time travel research, zombie preparedness, and last but not least, free ponies for all Americans.
Free ponies?
Free ponies, yes, sir. Thank you, sir. I appreciate your vote. I need your vote. Together, we can turn up the brightness knob of the future tomorrow. Today. Thank you. My name is Vermin Supreme. I approve this message.
Alright, I was glad I saw that. Look, our cup runneth over. He looks like he's making he's making a good Republican. On the contrary, he's running as a Democrat this year. Oh man. He's goes Narnia? Okay, yeah, no, we already saw that. And Vermin Supreme. Let's do. Okay, we already saw that. Okay, so the most recent. I think it was a short that I saw. Let's see. Where was it? Where was it? Was it yesterday that I saw it? Okay, near. Okay, yeah. I'll just search it on YouTube. Oh, he was streaming earlier. That's cool.
My name is Vermin Supreme. I am a friendly fascist. I am a tyrant that you should trust, and you should let me run your life, because I too know what is best for you. Yes, I am a politician. I will promise you anything your little electorate heart desires, because you are my constituents. You are the informed voting public, and because I have no intention of keeping any promise that I make. Vote early, vote often. Remember, a vote for Vermin Supreme is a vote completely thrown away.
Yes. Oh my god. Alright, let's see this video.
Free the Palestinian people.
Thank you, Mr. Hammond. Thank you. Mr. Supreme, your 30-second closing statement, please.
My name is Vermin. My name is Vermin. Vermin Supreme. My name is Vermin. My name is Vermin. My name is Vermin. Vermin Supreme. And you can vote. And you can vote. And you can vote for me for president if you want to. And my name is Vermin. And okay. Thanks very much for coming out today. Oh, one more thing.
Jesus told me to make Randall Terry gay with magic sprinkle dust.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Supreme. Thank you. All right.
He's turning gay.
All right. Okay. Mr. O'Donnell, please take us out of this with 30 seconds of.
I can't believe this is real, by the way. So here's the deal. If we want to do this, this is gonna have to be our okay, follow this transcript. All right. So here's the transcript, and this is going to have to be like the soft source. You played like 37 quick play matches today in Halo Infinite? Quite literally a living legend. Probably only does this so that you can annoy other politicians. Yeah. Yeah, is that right? I mean, he's the perfect topic for an informative speech. If I'm going with this is I think this is like my last informative speech that I have to do, because the next speech that I do is going to be persuasive, and I'm still going to be doing a stupid topic. So won 3 of your last 14 games. Yikes. Skill-based matchmaking for you. So okay. Alright, so, here's the deal, guys. Remember, I'm on stream. Okay. So, alright, here's the deal. We're going to go ahead and call my mom here. And before I do that, it is important to note that my mother and my stepdad are very much far right wing. Like they're so like what I'm going to do, because like this is necessary for my research, I need to know what their most pressing concern going into the 2024 election. So you might not like hearing what they say, or you might vibe with it. This is going to get political for a moment, just so you guys are cool with that. Because originally I was supposed to interview them, and I was supposed to also interview my dad, who's left-leaning, and ask about his most pressing concern going in. But we're going to do that. Okay, so we're going to go ahead and call them on stream. All right, so yeah. Because this is like the next best thing as far as like an interview goes. Here we go.
Okay.
Hello?
Hi.
Hey, am I on speaker?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
How's it going, guys?
Yeah, fine.
Yeah, I'm on stream right now, so like, oh yeah, they said, "What's up, Milkshake's mom?" So the original plan was to interview you, but it's simply not gonna happen. So I'm gonna like condense this down. I only have like one question to ask both of you guys, going into this to the and this is necessary for my research for my speech that's due Monday. I just kind of had to figure out what because I'm a little left-leaning, what my biggest concern about pressing concern going into the 2024 election. I want to know from your guys' point of view, going into the 2024 election year, what is your most pressing concern?
Well, go ahead. I'm gonna let Kent talk first.
My biggest concern is securing our borders.
Elaborate.
Getting out all the illegals and making them come in the right way.
Okay. What else?
The economy, getting the economy back to where it was.
Okay. All right. So your guys' biggest concern is getting back the economy back to where it was, but more importantly, the border, the crisis at the border, probably also in particular like the standoff between Texas Governor Greg Abbott and President Biden, which yeah, that might also be kind of a thing, a point to talk about as well.
Security. It's a security issue.
I see.
I think it's a huge security issue. Mainly because I think that, and this is a huge security issue because, okay, so going into 2024, especially in the state of Illinois, they've taken the right. You as a citizen of Illinois, okay? Say you needed to go and renew your Illinois driver's license, okay?
Yeah.
Or say that you wanted to become a police officer.
Okay.
Okay. You have to jump through a lot of hoops to do that, okay? They've taken those rights away from actual citizens of the United States, okay?
Okay.
But if you are an immigrant that's come across the borders that does not have a legal actual documentation, you do not have to have that documentation to get your license now here in the state of Illinois. You don't have to get that documentation. You don't have to have too much documentation to actually get a gun now. You don't have to have you can actually become a state police officer now in the state of Illinois if you are an immigrant. And that is to me, that is a huge security issue to our children, to any person here. So say you get pulled over and you just for a violation as small as a light out, you don't, and this person doesn't speak English, okay? And they are a state trooper or whatever. What are you going to do?
Okay. So that basically lines up with definitely lines up with what Kent pretty much said, and you know that okay, I can see that. So that was kind of the gist of what I wanted to talk about with you guys. You know, going into the 2024 election, because it looks like we're gonna have a rematch between President Biden and former President Trump. Kent, I did not really talk too much about what my speech was about, and I would like to get your reaction on this. My speech actually is about an alternative presidential candidate, and I don't know if Mom talked to you about this, but I'm really curious to hear what you have to say about this. My speech is about the 2024 Democratic presidential candidate, Vermin Supreme. Now, Vermin Supreme is from New Hampshire, and yes, that is his legal name. And he is campaigning on the platform of zombie apocalypse awareness, time travel research, passing a law to mandate American citizens to brush their teeth, and he promises every American a right to a pony. What is your response?
I'm glad he's from the Democratic Party.
Yeah. Well, on the contrary, though, in the past he has campaigned as a Republican and as a libertarian, but we're talking like 2012.
Here's my response. Response is Ecclesiastes 10:2. The heart of the wise is on his right hand, while the heart of the fool is on his left.
Very well said.
That's my response.
They're very well said. So, like my speech so far, my plan was, the original plan was to interview you and interview either my dad or my stepmom, and I wanted to talk about the upcoming election in more depth. Because in the introduction of my speech, we were going to talk about the concerns of the left wing. In which case, from what I can surmise, the left is mostly concerned about the war in Ukraine and making sure Russia is defeated, thus avoiding a potential war with Russia. Whereas, from what you've told me, the right wing is more concerned about the crisis at the border, as well as the standoff between Texas Governor Greg Abbott and President Biden. And the influx of illegal immigrants emigrating into the United States, and basically this boils down to the rematch between President Biden and former President Trump in the upcoming election. I'm not going to talk about either of them. Instead, I'm going to present the alternative.
Well, I can honestly say this, okay, and going back to what he just said, the heart of the fool is on the left.
Yeah, I get you. I get you.
It says it right here in the Bible. God said it, not us.
All right. So, would you like to also? So I also watched a video and of him in a presidential debate.
Saw it.
Yeah, you saw it. So his foreign policy, from what I can tell, is to engage in hostilities with nations that he deems as a threat, in which case the number one threat is Narnia. And he will not stop until the last orc is dead or something.
Too much.
Yeah. Yeah. So yeah, that's basically all I needed from you guys. The goal is to get another A on this because also I forgot to tell you guys. By the way, when I tweeted out my stream on Twitter that I was doing I was gonna do homework on stream and research Vermin Supreme for a speech. Guess who fucking tagged me after about an hour later after I tweeted that?
He did.
Vermin Supreme tagged me on Twitter and told me good luck. Which is cool as shit, honestly.
Yeah, tell him to stop smoking the weed.
No, actually, I took the opportunity. I attempted to actually ask him a question, and it's like, that's super dope that you saw this somehow and responded. Thank you so much. I have one question since I am still doing research. I would like to know, what is your foreign policy like? And he responded with the video where he is going to bomb Narnia.
Oh my god.
That is so crazy. Alright, well, one of my mods says hi, Mom, and hi, Milkshake's stepdad. I'm gonna go ahead and let you guys go. I'm gonna get to it because I'm only halfway done with this outline, and I still also have to figure out a way to because I also have to have a visual aid. So like I'm gonna go to Staples. I'm gonna give him a picture of Vermin Supreme. Where, by the way, he wears a boot on his head.
We saw that.
Yeah. So I can't just have it on like a printed out sheet of paper. I was gonna try to go to Staples and see if they can print me like a poster or a bigger, at the very least, a poster-sized piece of paper and in color of Vermin Supreme, because the plan is that for the intro, which I can't have the visual aid give away the intro of my speech. What I was going to do is like talk a little bit politics. The left is concerned about the war in Ukraine. The right is worried about the crisis at the border. We're going to end up with a rematch between President Biden and former President Trump. I'm not going to talk about either of them. I'm going to present the alternative, and that's when I bust out the picture of Vermin Supreme. And
you really ought to, when you put his picture up, then you really ought to put that Ecclesiastics 10:2, the fool is on the heart of the fool.
Now, so the reason I cannot do that is because now we're starting to delve into persuasive narrative. Remember that I am supposed to do informative only, which is the challenge behind this.
It's just so weird that he is. I'm sorry, he's just a fool.
Or is he? Maybe he's like a genius. I don't know. Like, like imagine if he actually was elected president. Like, a new age of darkness and despair has descended upon us if that happens.
Oh my gosh, Miguel! If he was our president, we're really in trouble. If he's gonna go and try to bomb Narnia. And Narnia doesn't even exist.
Hey, he says if we do not battle them in their dimension, we will be forced to fight them in our dimension.
And that is weird.
Alright, I'm gonna let you guys go. I need to get back to it. Thank you guys for your help.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll let you guys know how it turns out. The goal is another A doing this, and I think I got something. And apparently we have the blessing of Vermin Supreme himself on Twitter, so which is cool as shit, by the way. So
okay. Okay, I love you.
Love you guys. Have a good night.
You too. Bye.
Okay, so that's perfect. So that kind of lines up with what I had to guess. We could do the same thing with my stepmom and my dad. But I really don't want to bother them because my dad is currently in the hospital and is recovering from surgery on his kidneys. And the recovery process has actually been less than ideal. So I'm going to try to leave them alone. What I could do instead is talk to my... Maybe, I don't know. Maybe I could call my Aunt Pilar or something. I'd have to see, but yeah, extremely helpful. So that's what we're gonna put. The right is concerned about the current ongoing crisis at the U.S. Mexico border and the standoff between Texas Governor Greg Abbott. Is it 2 T's or 1 T? Let me see. Greg. It's 2 T's. Okay, so and okay. So, kind of have most of the speech done at this point. We're looking really good. We might not even need a third page. So we're in great shape, honestly. He responded? He did not. Lame. That is still cool that he tagged me, though. I'm really happy with that, honestly, so. Oh my god. Anyway, guys, I'm gonna use the restroom. I will be right back. Alright, we're back. Alright, so we're back. What was I doing? I also need to come up with a good, a solid, I could talk about, I could quote him from the YouTube video. And I guess I should go ahead and use the YouTube video as a soft source for the research. Because, but that depends on, like, it also depends on if, like, I, do end up finding, like, academic journals. I found a book. So, I did at least find the book, about him. Or that talks about him. So, there's that at least. Let's see. Alright. So, he promises to increase hostilities with nations that he deems a threat to our nation. Okay. So that's his foreign policy. In which case he that he will bomb Narnia. And will not stop quote his speech from his most recent debate at the lesser known presidential candidate forum. So this is the part where we have to include a quote of some sort. Let's see. Now this is where this video comes in. So let's listen to the speech again, not because it's funny or anything, but let's listen to this whole speech.
Lesser known candidate, at least here in New Hampshire. But next candidate, you're up, sir.
My fellow Americans and others, as your president, I have promised to engage in hostilities only with powers that I deem to be a real and immediate threat to our peace-loving nation. And that is why I have ordered the Interdimensional Strategic Space Force Command to commence bombing of Narnia in 5 minutes. If we do not fight them in their dimension there, we will have no choice but to fight them in our dimension here. The orcs are an existential threat to our way of life. We will not stop.
To our way of life. Okay, so we will not stop until we reach Middle Earth and the last orc is dead. Okay, so we can work with this. So we do not fight that. So I'm gonna quote the part where he says, "If we do not fight them in their dimension there, we will have no choice but to fight them in our dimension here. The orcs are an existential threat to our way of life, and we will not stop until we have reached Middle Earth and the last orc is dead." Okay, so that's perfect. That is perfect. So let's right here.
We do not fight them in
If we do not fight them in, okay, so
their dimension.
Space Force Command to commence bombing of Narnia in 5 minutes. If we do not fight them in, okay, so go ahead and turn back on the radio. So this is the part where we rely on sources for our research here. All right. All right. If we do not fight them in their dimension there, we will have no choice but to fight them in our dimension here. The orcs are an existential threat to our way of life. Does he say
There, we will have no choice but to fight them in our dimension here. The orcs are an existential threat to our way of life. We will not.
He does not say and. We will not stop until we have reached Middle Earth and the last orc is dead. Perfect. Alright, so if we do this, we will have to use this view to video as the soft source. And I think that is totally fine because our cup runneth over with abundant sources on the internet this time, as opposed to when we were doing Roland the Farter. So like, alright, if we do not fight them in their dimension there, we will have no choice but to fight them in our dimension here. The orcs are an existential threat to our way of life. We will not stop until we have reached Middle Earth and the last orc is dead. Okay, so solid. Solid, solid, solid. But is this body going to be enough to talk about because he is campaigning on the platform of zombie apocalypse awareness. And he did say preparedness. He does at some point say preparedness, I think, somewhere. So, yeah. So, that's good. That's very good. We will need to use this, though, as a... But is this the...
A lesser known candidate, at least.
Okay, so that is the URL. I need to see the. We want you guys to elect him as your president. Sincerely, the rest of the world. The only politician that does not use lies to get our votes. Incredible. Just incredible. What's this? Alright, so, alright. So that's our first source that we have. And we even have the entire book. Oh, hell. Alright, well. Right, well, I'm gonna have to fix that. Alright. List results. Okay, so. Periodical. Are there any academic journals? This is the question. We have 3 ebooks. We have magazines as well, but like. I would like to see some academic journals. Newspaper source. That real? That's all we got. Newspaper source, okay. No more. Ebook academic collection, newspaper sources. There's like we're drowning in newspaper sources everywhere. So, but I forget if like a newspaper is a hard, like the newspaper itself, that is a hard source, like the physical one, but a news article on the website is not. So, which is the part I'm concerned about. Yeah, I'm gonna have to that on another time. So, but I need to look up real fast. What it is a newspaper article a hard source? News sources are usually considered primary sources and are excellent for finding information about an event around the time that it occurred. With the recent popularity of satirical and left-right-leaning news sources, it has become more difficult to determine whether a story is legitimate, accurate, and unbiased. Of news. Okay, so we would have to find like a physical, like, we would have to find like a physical thing, like a physical newspaper. So profile. Okay, so let's check this out. Okay, that's all good and well, but like all things considered, January 9th, 2004. Okay. Yeah, but where can I find this? Yeah, I cannot use this if there's no way for me to like use it. Google Drive. No, that's not it. Save maybe? Yeah, but where do I find this? I don't understand. Okay, periodical. This is a Washington Times. This is it. Okay, I found it. Okay, so give it a read.
Vermin Supreme rears his bearded head. Document controls. Open sans. Larger documents may require additional load time. Byline, Seth MacLaughlin, The Washington Times. Manchester, NH. Ron Paul's final full day of campaigning in New Hampshire got off to a wacky start here Monday when he was met by a man with a rubber boot on his head and a bullhorn in his hand who eventually challenged him and President Obama to a panty wrestling match to decide it all. The man, who goes by Vermin Supreme and is running for president, was waiting in the parking lot as the libertarian icon exited a local diner here and slowly inched his way through the media horde to his black SUV. Ron Paul, Ron Paul, Ron Paul, Ron Paul, Vermin purred into the bullhorn, playfully taunting the 12-term congressman from Texas. You are surrounded by the media owns you now. The bearded satirist apparently has been making the rounds here, ahead of the Granite State's first in the nation primary, and has run for multiple political offices over the years. This year, no lie, his name appears on the presidential ballot. My name is Vermin Supreme, I'm running for the President of America. I stand for mandatory toothbrushing laws, he said, delivering his on-the-fly stump speech. I'm a friendly fascist, a tyrant you can trust. Because I know what is best for you. I am on the ballot here in New Hampshire, and you can vote for me. I am Obama's primary challenger. I am challenging him and Ron Paul to a debate and an arm wrestling match, leg wrestling match, and a panty wrestling match to decide it all, the presidency of the United States. Asked whether he plans to send troops back into Iraq, he said he wants to send troops everywhere. I propose we will invade and we will make that country a state, he said. So, Iraq would be our 51st state, Afghanistan would be the 52nd state, and on and on. Once we change these foreigners to
That's
Americans,
foreign policy.
they will certainly love America, and will be able to tax them, and it will be a wonderful unified United States of the earth.
That's foreign
Thank
policy.
You. It was reported earlier this week that the satirist dropped in on a campaign event for Rick Santorum, where he asked the social conservative "Will you marry me, Rick?" and said, "Come out with your hands up and your pants down." As Mr. Paul tried to make his exit from the parking lot Monday, Vermin stood smack in front of Mr. Paul's SUV, slowly walking backward and waving the car forward out of the parking lot, as if challenging the massive vehicle to a duel. "I know you don't want to run me over," he said into his megaphone. "That would be very bad. That would be very bad press." A member of the Paul team eventually boxed him out of the way, enabling Mr. Paul and his small entourage to escape. "What are you, chicken, Ron Paul? Bok bok, 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 Mr. Vermin bellowed at the departing vehicle before playing chicken dance music through his trusty bullhorn. The bearded satirist who calls himself Vermin Supreme heckles Republican presidential candidate Representative Ron Paul after the Texas congressman made a campaign stop at Mojo's Family Restaurant in Manchester, NH, on Monday. Photographed by Rodney Lamka Jr. / The Washington Times. By Seth McLaughlin, The Washington Times. Source citation.
Alright, that is perfect. Unfortunately, we'd have to do the exact, we can't do, this citation, but we'd have to, like, do, like, this is a news article. I believe this was on, cite. Alright, so let's cite this, okay. So this is the actual, alright, that's good. Perfect. So now we just need the, this. Ba-boom. And then... Hell yeah, that's a hard source. We got 2 hard sources. And we don't even have the first soft source. So we're actually doing... And that's actually more stuff on, hang on, I gotta... save this as, we gotta save it. Oh, we saved it as document too, huh? So we gotta save it as, here, let me put this over here. Vermin Supreme references. Fuck yes. All right, so we're looking rock solid so far. Okay, so we just now learned that back in the election of, I think that was 2012. Was that 2012? Let's go back. Okay, so we just now learned that he is January 12th, 10th, 2012. Foreign back in so that was while we were still at war in Iraq and Afghanistan. And all of the troops. He advocated to annex 51st state of the Union and Afghanistan as the 52nd. Oh my god. That is perfect. Like, okay, so he said, and I need to quote him. Alright, let's see, where is it? This is not in quotes, though. This is not in quotes. All right. Okay, we got a lot of shit here. My God. Where does he say? I'm a friendly fascist. A tyrant you can trust. I know what's best for you. Okay. Alright, so yeah. Let's see. So we can definitely use this. We can definitely use this, and we will use this, and which is perfect. Let's see what else we can find. So this is periodical. This is like this is not an academic journal. But there are books. Newt and okay, so this is from 2012. Pony for every American. Okay, so where can I find this? It's from the Wall Street Journal. Cover story. Okay, so let's see. Find this. It's from the Wall Street Journal. Oh, piss off. I have to pay for this? That's kind of shit. What about this? The Seattle Times? This is... Okay, but like... This is a web page article. I need a newspaper article. Shit. I just need two, honestly. Hmm. We can delete that. Anyway, well, let me grab my coffee here. It looks like we're doing really good here, so you know, I'll be right back. Okay. The last cup of coffee. Oh, I gotta turn off the Keurig. Give me a second. Alright. I have to, I'm gonna look for one more thing. So, cause like... Dead. Alright. So I gotta transition. And this is gonna be the conclusion. Let's see, what did he want? As far as... Okay. What? In conclusion, he real presidential candidate from you. Or very there we go. Perfect. End the speech. Quote from Vermin. Alright, so I gotta find the, what is it? The part where he says, I am a friendly fascist. I am a friendly fascist. tyrant you can trust. Let's see. My name is Vermin Supreme. I'm a friendly fascist. I'm a tyrant you should trust. You should let me run your life because I know what is best for you. Vote early, vote often, and remember, a vote for Vermin Supreme is a vote completely thrown away. That's his slogan. So we're gonna use that. Shit. I don't know if we can copy paste it. Okay. My name is Vermin Supreme. I'm a friendly fascist. I'm a tyrant you should trust. And you should let me run your life because I do know what is best for you. Vote early, vote often, and remember, a vote for Vermin Supreme is a vote completely thrown away. I think we got our speech. Yeah, I'm pretty sure we have our fucking speech here. Wow. I think I just made a speech in one sitting. That's crazy. So, let's practice, I guess. Let's see what we got here. But we need more sources for the research, but like, yeah, let's take a stab, shall we? And this time I might actually have time to like type a script as well. So, yeah, this is really good. Let's get the stopwatch on here. Let's move from 12th century England to present day. The political climate is more polarizing than it has ever been on both sides of the political spectrum. On the left side of the political spectrum, the concern is about the war in Ukraine and making sure Russia is defeated, thus avoiding World War III. The right wing is concerned about the ongoing crisis at the US-Mexico border and the standoff between Texas Governor Greg Abbott and President Biden. We're going to have a rematch between President Biden and former President Trump in the upcoming 2024 election. But I'm not going to talk about either of them. Instead, I'm going to present the alternative. Ladies and gentlemen, today I am here to talk about Democratic presidential candidate for the upcoming 2024 election, Vermin Supreme. I will talk about who he is, his platform, as well as his foreign policy. And yes, that is a boot on his head. Moving on, his legal name is Vermin Supreme. He legally changed his name to Vermin Supreme back in 1990. We do not know of his birth name. It appears that he intentionally keeps it under wraps. He hails from Massachusetts and resides in New Hampshire. And he wears a boot on his head. He is campaigning on the platform of zombie apocalypse awareness and preparedness. He campaigns on the platform of time travel research. He promises to pass a law to mandate American citizens to brush their teeth. And he promises every man a right to a pony. And moving on again. His foreign policy in 2012, he advocated to send troops everywhere and to annex Iraq as the 51st state of the Union and Afghanistan as the 52nd state of the Union. An article from the Washington Post, which is called Vermin Supreme Rears His Bearded Head, states that he says, "I propose we will invade and we will make that country a state," he said. So Iraq would be our 51st state. Afghanistan would be the 52nd state. so and on and on. Once we change these foreigners to Americans, they will certainly love America, and we'll be able to tax them, and it'll be wonderful, a wonderful unified United States of the earth. Thank you. In present day, he promises to increase hostilities with nations that he deems a threat to our nation. He wants to bomb Narnia. In fact, in the lesser-known presidential candidate forum, he states, if we do not fight them in their dimension there, we will have no choice but to fight them in our dimension here. The orcs are an existential threat to our way of life. We will not stop until we have reached Middle Earth and the last orc is dead. In conclusion, he is a real presidential candidate from New Hampshire. He is campaigning on the platform of zombie apocalypse awareness and preparedness. He's advocating for toothbrushing laws. He's promising a free pony for every American. And he has a very aggressive foreign policy of waging war against the orcs in Narnia. Now, I would like to end this speech with a quote from the man himself, if I may. My name is Vermin Supreme. I am a friendly fascist. I am a tyrant you should trust, and you should let me run your life, because I know what is best for you. Vote early, vote often, and remember, a vote for Vermin Supreme is a vote completely thrown away. Thank you for your time. Okay, so that... If I do it like that, we hit 4.5 minutes, which is not enough time. So we have something we have really good content here. We just need to push it towards 5 minutes. Which I imagine we can with what we have right now. So like so we rounded it out. So our introduction works. I like my introduction very much, by the way. Maybe there's more that he campaigns on other than just zombie apocalypse awareness and preparedness. Time travel research, passing a law to mandate to brush your teeth, and promising an American every right to a right to a pony. Okay, so. Let's see. Advocates for mandatory toothbrushing. The broadcast transcript. Let me find that. If I can find that, I will cite it. Is it National Public Radio? Found it. I found it. That's incredible. NPR. But, like, how would I cite this is the question. Is this from, It is. It fucking is. We need to cite this, in APA. Okay, I don't think I cited this correctly or that correctly. Shit. So copy, back to this. So we're gonna cite this, and then in APA. Copy. Mark Stein. Okay. Alright, so okay, so that's the way we're supposed to do it. I gotta use the restroom. I drank too much coffee. I'll be right back. Okay. Okay, back to what I was doing. So I need to find not this one, but okay, the one or with the newspaper one that we found. Okay. From the Washington Post. To cite a newspaper article, APA. God. Okay. Author's last name. Okay. Last name, first initial. Okay. Unknown author. Okay, so there is an unknown author, I guess. Okay, yeah, no, that works. That works. Okay, so we have 3 sources, and technically we just need 1. Let's see. Is a broadcast transcript. Is a broadcast transcript a hard source? Primary source. Okay. The news broadcast is not a primary source. That is not what I... Audio transcript. Various journals, newspapers, speeches, interviews, memoirs, documents, audio recordings, moving pictures or video art, research data, and all. Okay, so this is risky to use. Yeah, this is a little risky to use, it looks like. Okay. Okay. We're gonna listen to this.
By the way, most of the Democratic candidates were once on the primary ballot in Washington. They pulled their names when the Democratic National Committee declared the election is not a DNC-sanctioned event. The city's primary was moved up on the calendar to raise its profile, but the party's policy is that no primary should occur before New Hampshire. So who are the unknown candidates on the D.C. ballot? Well, one way to find out is from, well, of all places, the Pentagon.
Welcome to the DoD Voting Information Center.
Gene Shibit.
0, 1,
Arthur H. Jackson, Jr.
0, 2,
Vermin Supreme.
0.
Thank you, my fellow Americans. My name is Vermin Supreme. I am a friendly fascist. I am a tyrant that you can trust, and you should let me run your life because I know what is best for you. Friends, let me tell you, I am the only candidate supporting mandatory toothbrushing laws in this great nation of ours. Friends, this mandatory toothbrushing law is not even about genetic DNA gene splicing to create a race of winged monkeys to act as tooth fairy enforcers, hereafter referred to as tooth fairies. Friends, what this mandatory toothbrushing law is really about is strong teeth for a strong America. Thank you. Amen.
D.C. presidential primary candidate Vermin Supreme included on a Department of Defense recorded telephone information service.
And now, more from NPR.
Live from NPR News, I'm Dale Willman. Protests took place in Tel Aviv on Saturday.
Recent visit to the border.
And the nurses forced to meet these mandatory
So this
ratios,
is a hard
and
source.
that passing these laws would force them to make drastic.
By the way, most of the Democratic candidates were once on the primary ballot in Washington. They pulled their names when the Democratic National Committee declared the election is not a DNC.
Okay, so I need to download this. This is incredible.
By the way, most of the Democratic candidates were once on the primary ballot in Washington. They pulled their names when the Democratic National Committee declared the election is not a DNC-sanctioned event. The city's primary was moved up on the calendar to raise its profile, but the party's policy is that no primary should occur before New Hampshire. So who are the unknown candidates on the D.C. ballot? Well, one way to find out is from, well, of all places, the Pentagon.
Welcome to the DoD Voting Information Center.
Gene Shibit.
0, 1,
Arthur H. Jackson, Jr.
0, 2,
Vermin Supreme.
0.
Thank you, my fellow Americans. My name is Vermin Supreme. I am a friendly fascist. I am a tyrant that you can trust, and you should let me run your life because I know what is best for you. Friends, let me tell you, I am the only candidate supporting mandatory toothbrushing laws in this great nation of ours. Friends, this mandatory toothbrushing law is not even about genetic DNA gene splicing to create a race of winged monkeys to act as tooth fairy enforcers, hereafter referred to as tooth fairies. Friends, what this mandatory toothbrushing law is really about is strong teeth for a strong America. Thank you. Amen.
D.C. presidential primary candidate Vermin Supreme included on a Department of Defense recorded telephone information service.
That's incredible. Okay, so will not be. Okay, all right. So that's definitely something we need to include with the brushing law. Perfect. That's amazing. I wish there was more. Brilliant meme, the mockery of the system. It shows how you can run with a fake. So, here's the thing. Here's the thing, though. Seymour. From Kick, by the way. This is not a fake name. He legally changed his name to Vermin Supreme. Like, that is actually his name. And I can prove it too. As of 1999, he changed his name to Vermin Supreme. Let's see. Where was it? Doesn't matter if he legally changed it or not. I mean, legally it's real. Oh man. Where is it? A friendly fascist. Tyrant you control. What's up, Sparks? I cannot play Halo this weekend, unfortunately. I got too much homework. This is like the next best thing that we got. People call him Vermin? I mean, that's what it says. We also don't, and in addition to the fact that, oh, I know where I saw it. I know where I saw it. It was in this book. I believe it was down here. Where was it? This is a book. Okay. Oh, I saw it somewhere in this book. What is the assignment? I am supposed to give an informative speech with a visual aid. And last speech and the last assignment that I had to give an informative speech without a visual aid. The last speech I did Roland the Farter, which is a 12th century jester that did a routine for King Henry II called One Jump, One Whistle, and One Fart, and was awarded 100 acres of land and a castle called Hemmingstone Manor. And I got a 91.5% overall on the thing, an 89 out of 100 on the speech itself, and a 30 out of 30 on the research and the paperwork for that, which was my goal. And this speech I am going to talk about Vermin Supreme, the 2024 Democratic presidential candidate for the 2024 election. So, as you can probably guess, all of my topics are silly topics, which makes it a lot more fun to do the research and make the speech about. And, comedy class, enjoy your fun with it. It's not a comedy class, it's actually an intro to public speaking. And I'm actually an accounting major. So my strategy for the class is to pick topics that are silly, because they're a lot more fun to research and do the work for. And as opposed to doing like an informative speech on like a boring topic, like, I don't know, like I had to listen to a speech about a type of green tea, and I thought it was just like boring and bland. And so where was it? It was somewhere in here. Let's see. I think it was like changed his name. Because I read somewhere that in 1990 he changed his name to Vermin Supreme. And but we do not know what his birth name was, because he wants to keep it under wraps. Sounds like you'll do well. Thank you. Oh, listen to this. So I was doing more research on his toothbrushing law.
By the way, most of the Democratic candidates were once on the primary ballot in Washington. They pulled their names when the Democratic National Committee declared the election is not a DNC-sanctioned event. The city's primary was moved up on the calendar to raise its profile, but the party's policy is that no primary should occur before New Hampshire. So who are the unknown candidates on the D.C. ballot? Well, one way to find out is from, well, of all places, the Pentagon.
Welcome to the DoD Voting Information Center.
Gene Shibit.
0, 1.
Arthur H. Jackson Jr.
Oh, you heard this? Yeah. He was not going to, yeah. You should throw his joke in there, too. That's not a joke. Well, I mean, let's be real. He's doing this, this is satire. I mean, this is entirely satirical that he's running for president under these sort of platforms. But, I mean, he's legitimately running for president under these platforms. And one of the, in particular, that recording also promises that he will not genetically breed flying monkeys to pose as tooth fairies to enforce the new toothbrushing law. You know, which I will actually throw on here. We don't know if he has a criminal record. Yeah, it's right here. It's right. Now, on the contrary, you can actually run for president from prison. And I believe people have done that. And we can talk about his foreign policy in this video, which is actually this video in particular. I'm actually gonna be yeah. That's right. So check this out. This is actually the video I'm using as my soft source for my research, because this one touches up about his foreign policy.
Here in New Hampshire, but next candidate, you're up, sir.
My fellow Americans and others, as your president, I have promised to engage in hostilities only with powers that I deem to be a real and immediate threat to our peace-loving nation. And that is why I have ordered the Interdimensional Strategic Space Force Command to commence bombing of Narnia in 5 minutes. If we do not fight them in their dimension there, we will have no choice but to fight them in our dimension here. The orcs are an existential threat to our way of life. We will not stop until we have reached Middle Earth and the last orc is dead. In this uncertain time, we must unite as a country. Let us all pray for our fearsome flying unmanned robot pony drones as they rain fire and death upon our subhuman enemies and innocent wedding parties and lots of non-combatant hobbits.
All right.
So this is going to be our soft source. It is not going to be Wikipedia. It's going to be this or this, because this is a this basically talks about his foreign policy, and like the other thing about his foreign policy, from the Washington Post, he actually says that back in 2012 he advocated to have troops everywhere and to annex Iraq as the 51st state of the Union and Afghanistan as the 52nd, and says, quote, "I propose we will invade and we will make that country a state." There we go. So Iraq would be our 51st state, and Afghanistan would be the 52nd state, and on and on. Once we change these foreigners to Americans, they will certainly love America, and we will what the fuck? Be able to tax them, and it will be a wonderful, unified United States of the Earth. Thank you. You want to mock the system, do it from within. Imagine if he actually did get elected president. Alright, so this is more information. So, with what we currently have, Vermin or Joe Biden, or, so here's the intro, right? The intro is we're going to move on from 12th century England to present day. The political climate today is more polarizing than it has ever been on both sides. On the left side of the political spectrum, the biggest concern is about the war in Ukraine and making sure Russia is defeated, thus avoiding fighting Russia in Europe and thus avoiding World War III. The right is concerned about the ongoing crisis at the U.S.-Mexico border and the standoff between Texas Governor Greg Abbott and President Biden. In 2024, in November, we will have a rematch between President Biden and former President Trump. I am not going to talk about either of them. Instead, I'm going to present the alternative. Right? So I actually do touch up about modern day politics in the introduction. But that is and then I'm going to yank it away and present them with Vermin Supreme. And then I say, ladies and gentlemen, today I'm here to talk about Democratic presidential candidate for the upcoming 2024 election, Vermin Supreme. We'll talk about who he is, his platform, as well as his foreign policy. And yes, that is a boot on his head. So, this intro is about a minute long. And it looks like I'm going to be spending most of the time talking about maybe have a quote from Biden and a quote from Trump. See, the problem that I have with that is that would require more sources for me to cite, and at that point the introduction would be longer than a minute. So I'll actually time it for you. So let's reset. And we're gonna start from the beginning, right? Today we're gonna move on from 12th century England to present day. The political climate is more polarizing today than it has ever been on both sides of the political spectrum. On the left wing side of the political spectrum, the biggest concern is about the war in Ukraine and making sure Russia is defeated, thus avoiding a fight with Russia in Europe and avoiding World War III. The right is concerned about the ongoing crisis at the U.S.-Mexico border and the standoff between Texas Governor Greg Abbott and President Biden. In November, we're going to have a rematch between President Biden and former President Trump. I'm not going to talk about either of them. Instead, I'm going to present the alternative. Ladies and gentlemen, today I am here to talk about Democratic presidential candidate for the upcoming 2024 election, Vermin Supreme. I will talk about who he is, his platform, as well as his foreign policy. And yes, that is a boot on his head. So that intro is 1 minute and 8 seconds long. And if I include a quote from President Biden and former President Trump, that will push it even further. And this is already longer. An intro, according to the speech class, is really only supposed to be less than 1 minute long. And we're already looking at 1 minute and 8 seconds. So I think we're good. Grab him by the pussy. The pussy. What's up, Skate Punk? How you doing? Skate Punk? Our intro is pretty much good. We got our intro. It's perfect. It's actually going to be slightly longer because I'm supposed to have the visual aid, and this is going to be my visual aid. It's going to be a poster of Vermin Supreme, and you got tipped $10. Nice. I would take out the right and left comments. It's opinion. It's actually necessary. A lot of politics is opinion, And while and it's presenting an opinion, honestly, it's not a persuasive narrative. The point is not to tell my audience what to think and how to think. It's informing them of the opinion, and it's actually necessary because I'm trying to give them the guys that were going to talk politics, and then yank them out of there and present them with Vermin Supreme. It does have to do with Vermin Supreme because those political opinions, those are platforms for respect the respective candidates for like President Biden and former President Trump. Former President Trump and the Republicans are trying to put focus on the crisis at the border and the influx of immigrants crossing the border, and the standoff between President Biden and Texas Governor Greg Abbott. And the Democrats, however, are trying to compromise with the Republicans for a funding bill to fund the war in Ukraine so that Ukraine can push Russia out of Ukraine, and therefore NATO does not have to do battle with Russia. Right? So that's the left opinion and the right opinion. But and this has to do with Vermin Supreme because he's running for president, and so he has a foreign policy that has nothing to do with that. So it's to present opinions that are legitimate and have merit, and then we yank them out of there and just present them with the alternative. So you're gonna make both sides mad, and someone who didn't get their chance to bitch about it will bitch about it. That may be, but again, we're not talking about the speech is not meant to talk politics. It's meant to present them with Vermin Supreme. It's like you got all this happening. And now we have a rematch between President Biden and former President Trump, but we're not going to talk about either of them. We're going to talk about this guy instead. And this guy believes that we should have zombie apocalypse awareness and preparedness, time travel research, passing a law to mandate American citizens to brush their teeth, and in addition to that law, he also promises not to genetically breed flying monkeys posing as tooth fairies to enforce said toothbrushing law, and he promises that every American will have a pony. So, it's supposed to make it look like this is going to be serious, but it's really not. And this is intentional. I'm well aware that the war in Ukraine or the border crisis has absolutely nothing to do with Vermin Supreme, but in a way it also does, because both President Biden and former President Trump are on the ballot for the upcoming election in 2024. So, But also, I did actually make somebody upset, I guess, in my Roland the Farter speech, which this is the graded paper right here. And so here are like the peer reviews that I had for my Roland the Farter speech. And the general consensus is that everybody thought it was hilarious and it was really well done. But I had one person in here that said it was confusing, and took a jab at the topic itself, which was actually not supposed to be what the peer review was about. And it's like contain a lot of places which may had me confused. Didn't understand like why this was the topic, and it's like not applicable. And it's like I had one bad review, and it's like fuck that guy, whatever, So I got an A on that. So like the coolest part about tonight though, well, I got you guys here. The coolest part about tonight was a couple hours ago when I tweeted out my stream, I'm working on my next speech that's due this Monday, which is about Vermin Supreme. Fucking Vermin Supreme responded and tagged me and said good luck. I attempted to ask him a question. He didn't respond to that, but that was fucking crazy. This is him too. This really is him. This is legit Vermin Supreme. Check out his link tree. That is so crazy. Vermin Institute? What is this? So that was like such a cool part. Like, oh man. So yeah, that happened today, and it's pretty fucking cool, honestly. But yeah, we pretty much have most of the speech here. There's a little more research I gotta do. Like, let's see. I have 3 hard sources here. 3 hard sources that we have. We just need to find one more. And I'm not sure where I can find that. And then we can cite this. So, let's see. Another news article from 2011. Oh, fucking hell. Hang on, guys. I gotta log back into this. Hang on a second. Wait a minute. Shit. Things considered. Okay. Shit. I didn't cite that, this recording. Do you believe everything this dude stands for? Do I believe in everything this guy stands for? That Vermin stands for? Of course not. I mean... But, I mean, I like him better than Trump or Biden. You know? Okay, so I need to figure out how to cite this. This is something that I need to figure out how to cite. Let's see. Ah, shit. How to cite an audio recording. APA. So director, executive producer. Okay, so wait a minute. All things considered. Hang on. Did I already cite it? All things considered. Oh, this is it. Okay, so I already did cite this. All right, perfect. All right, so I really do just need one more. I really do just need one more fucking thing. So yeah, 1 second. Log back in. Oh, man. Feels sick to my stomach a little bit. Okay. Now, what was I doing? God, my stomach is actually really killing me. Damn. No good. Okay. Tried to find this. Unfortunately, I tried to find it. Residential pranksters here. Morning. Okay, profile. Okay. We already saw that. Or ebooks. So let's do just the ebooks. Only one. Okay. What about news? CNN Wire. Okay, so that is not a hard source. Let's check this out. It's from... Okay, article, okay. It's an article. But where can I find it? Let's try to find it. Fifth day into this valet job and I got your first tip. It wasn't much but $10. That's good. That's really good. Is this it? Vermin Supreme in here? No. Oh, this is another. Oh no, can't use this. Working full time for 15.60 an hour. I need to stack. Yeah, you're making more than me, but I mean, I'm also working part time at the office. So you're doing pretty good. I cannot find this article. I don't think I can use this. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Yes, I can. Holy shit. That's incredible. Let's read this. This is from... When is this from? December 13th, 2011. Heroic distinction that belongs to Vermin Supreme, a career political heckler and satirist from Rockport, Massachusetts, who personifies a blend of Occupy Wall Street and Project Runaway, while his message oscillates with... Okay, so this is perfect. Alright. Alright, I gotta use the restroom actually, out of nowhere, so I'll be right back. We're gonna read this together, but yeah, be right back. Alright, sorry about that, guys. Had to take a massive shit. Man. Alright, there we go. Alright, we're back. Let's get back to it. So... we've got... Alright. I wonder, can I have... I can't. That sucks. I wish I could, though. Actually, I have an idea. I have an idea. Okay.
Concord, New Hampshire. Out of 44 presidential candidates running in the New Hampshire primary, only one prances around with a Wonder Woman cape on the campaign trail. That heroic distinction belongs to Vermin Supreme, a career political heckler and satirist from Rockport, Massachusetts, who personifies a blend of Occupy Wall Street and Project Runway. While his message oscillates between the absurd, federal funding for time travel research, and the serious, organ donation, it is his outlandish costumes that make the most lasting impression. Regardless of whether your motivation is to win the White House, promote a book, or impress your descendants when they research the family tree 6 generations from now, virtually anyone with $1,000 can run for president in New Hampshire. The only caveats are the constitutional requirements of being at least age 35 and a natural-born U.S. citizen and having lived in the United States for 7 consecutive years. Such openness has resulted in figures like the shaggy-bearded Supreme, whose profile usually stands about 2 feet above the media scrum, thanks to a stretchy rubber boot he wears like a Roman helmet. Sometimes it's replaced with a floppy Uncle Sam hat and matching clown nose. He's also partial to a wild animal print sport coat, multiple patriotic neckties choking him like a noose, and a foaming Incredible Hulk fist affixed to his groin. The most common non-fashion related question he gets asked, is that really your name? It's on his driver's license. Supreme legally changed it years ago to cement his enigmatic status. On the Democratic ballot, where he is one of 13 challengers to President Obama, the personal branding tactic will generate a steady trickle of media attention. A vote for Supreme provides a safe middle finger option for disgruntled Democrats who wouldn't dream of abandoning the party in November. Craig Tax-Freeze Frice, of Lake Elsmer, California, pulled the same stunt. His court-changed middle name will appear on the January 10th ballot despite opposition from New Hampshire Secretary of State Bill Gardner, who cited a state election law prohibiting a nickname that constitutes a slogan or otherwise associates the candidate with a cause or issue that has an offensive or profane meaning or that creates a perception of a professional or vocational affiliation, such as doc or coach. The Secretary of State was overruled 4-1 by the State Ballot Law Carrot Commission. Although he doesn't want to see the New Hampshire ballot resemble a professional wrestling card, Gardner does subscribe to a philosophy of the more, the merrier, for-tie primary. If you include the recently suspended campaign of Herman Cain, there are also 30 Republicans itching for a shot at the nomination. Election law expert Richard Winger, who tracks candidate requirements in all 50 states at ballot-access.org, regards New Hampshire as tied for the second easiest ballot access rule in the country. Missouri also charges $1,000, he notes, but Arizona has no filing fee whatsoever. Compare those rates with South Carolina, which demands a $35,000 entry fee into the 2012 Republican race to cover the cost of the polls. Sounding a bit like ATM fees gone extreme, the state requires political parties to pay a $20,000 filing fee for each candidate, but allows them to set a certification fee at any limit. In Florida and Georgia, the choice of eligible candidates is determined at the whim of party leaders. Other states require various fees and/or petition signatures. The New Hampshire primary helps the little guy who has something to say, says Gardner, who has served with both Democratic and Republican governors since 1976. Unlike California, Texas, or Florida, we keep the dream alive that anyone's son or daughter can become president. Jimmy Carter was considered a lesser-known candidate when he started, he says. Yes, he was the governor of Georgia, but no one outside of the South really knew who he was. Sort of like Buddy Roemer, except that Buddy has much more experience. Roemer, the ex-governor of Louisiana who has the unpleasant legacy of failing to defeat Klansman David Duke in 1991, relocated to a rented apartment in Manchester, New Hampshire, in July for the campaign. He often boasts of being the only candidate in the presidential race who's been both a governor and a congressman, 1981 to 1988, but he's been watching the debates from home, as has fellow GOP candidate former New Mexico Governor Gary Johnson. New Hampshire's easy ballot access is important, but the world has changed, Romer says. The cost of running has never been higher, and the big media outlets really decide who the players are. You now have to be famous to run for president. For New Hampshire to really practice what it preaches, it has to encourage more open debates. The candidate says he's counting on heavy local support for inclusion in 2 down-to-the-wire debates in New Hampshire sponsored by ABC News/MUR and NBC News/Facebook, just before the January 10th primary. We've Wikimedia Commons Vermin Supreme, yes, that's his real name, is running as a Democrat. Seen every Republican frontrunner come and go. Someday it will reach me, he says. But even if Romer's premonition comes true, he would not be able to continue his momentum in South Carolina, where he scoffed at the $35,000 cover charge, while he limits campaign donations to $100, or in Florida, where the Republican Party chairman opted not to list him on the ballot. I don't believe in conspiracy theories, but maybe I should, he says. The state of New Hampshire cannot dictate the terms of the ABC or NBC debates, but it is providing a temporary spotlight for those who are neglected. Encouraged by the Secretary of State's office, the New Hampshire Institute of Politics at St. Anselm College is hosting a lesser-known presidential candidates debate on December 19th. Covered live by C-SPAN, the event will likely be the only opportunity for national press coverage for most of the participants. Among those planning to attend is UPS cargo pilot Christopher Hill, a veteran Air Force fighter pilot who served in Desert Storm, who believes that combat training is the best preparation for the stresses of being president. Hill, who grew up in New Hampshire but is now based in Kentucky, sees the open participation model of the Iowa caucuses as more desirable than his home state's fee-based system. In Iowa, anyone can declare him or herself a candidate, and they immediately sink or swim based on popular support. The Tea Party activist favors one standardized national election conducted for 48 hours, with the federal government fully covering the costs of voting. Mitt Romney can write South Carolina a check for $35,000 like you, or I would write out a $35 check, Hill says. The system doesn't allow people like me to run beyond New Hampshire.
Okay, well, we can use this. I mean, yeah, like, we can use this, honestly. In fact, we will use this. Okay, so... Shit, that's AMA, okay. Where's APA? APA, okay, here it is. Alright, this is our last hard source that is required. Oh. What the fuck? What the fuck? That's annoying. Okay, let's try this again. Should be all I need. That should be the only thing that I am copy pasting. There we go. Okay. Alright, perfect. Now, for the Herculean challenge of citing a YouTube video. How in the fuck am I gonna do that? because the YouTube video is actually going to be my soft source. These are all hard sources, but yeah. Okay. New era. Okay, so we need to copy this here, and we could have just honestly asked ChatGPT to cite this. Okay. Could you cite this YouTube video as a source?
I'm sorry for any confusion, but as of my last update in January 2022, I don't have the capability to browse the internet in real time or access specific web pages, including YouTube videos. Therefore, I can't open the link you provided or directly cite it. However, if you have information from the video that you'd like to discuss, or if you provide details about the content, I can try to help answer questions or provide information based on the knowledge available up to my last update in January 2022.
Wow, that kind of sucks. How do I cite a YouTube video?
To cite a YouTube video in a formal document or academic paper, you generally follow a format similar to other types of online sources. Here's a basic example in APA, American Psychological Association, format, author, AA username. Year, month, day of publication. Title of video file. Retrieved from URL, for example, Smith, J. Smith Sci. 2022, January 15th. The impact of renewable energy on climate change video file. Retrieved from https://www.youtube.com/watch?v=z2utjssuc0w. Make sure to replace the information within the brackets with the specific details of the video you are citing. If there's no clear individual author, you can use the name of the organization or the username of the uploader. Always check with the specific style guide you are using, APA, MLA, Chicago, etc., for any variations or updates in their citation rules.
Okay, well, let's ask Google how to cite a YouTube video in APA. All right. I wish that there was a way to do it automatically. Automatically cite a YouTube video in APA. Citation generator and examples. Okay, so all right. Film, online video. Cases. Okay. Okay, APA please, APA 7. Alright. Shit. We don't know the author. This is not helpful. This is ass. This is not helpful, so... Right. APA 7, okay. No! Fuck's sake, man. This is ass. So let's go back to the other thing. Online video. URL. YouTube. Title. What was it called? A New Era in American Politics. And it was Ethan Rogers. Okay, so we did it. Publishing date, shit. It was 2 weeks ago. It was February 13th, 2024. Okay, so. Okay, now we go to this one. Perfect. Now, so we successfully cited a YouTube video. That was painful. That's all of our 5 sources. That's everything. That's fucking everything. I think. Where was the okay. This was it. Okay. It was called Hill. Capital Living. Yeah, it was called Hill. It really was called Hill. Okay. Alright, we fucking did it. So, now we just need to, we have all our sources. We need to go ahead and get this into alphabetical order. So let's save. Okay, so we have to do it in alphabetical order here. So like, so DC. Okay, so Garnick. Okay, so E. Okay, so cut. Paste. Okay, and then A, B, C, D, E. Okay, yeah. So we need to do this. Cut. Paste. E, F, G. So yes. All right. Now it's in alphabetical order. Now, our research is done, for the most part. Okay. All right. Perfect. So now we need to practice our speech. So let's turn off the music here. I may need to, alright, so I may need to also make a script. I'm not sure if that's a good idea, but, I think, yeah, I think we can do this. Let's give it a try. So yeah. Let's get our stopwatch ready. I would like to move away from talking about 12th century England into the present day and talk about the political climate. The political climate is more polarizing than it has ever been on both sides of the political spectrum, whether you're Republican or Democrat. On the Democrat side, the biggest concern going into November's 2024 election is the war in Ukraine and making sure Russia is defeated, thus avoiding World War III and having to fight Russia in Europe. The right wing is concerned about the ongoing crisis at the U.S.-Mexico border and the standoff between Texas Governor Greg Abbott and President Biden. We're going to have a rematch in November between President Biden and former President Trump. But I'm not going to talk about either of them. No, instead, I'm going to present the alternative. Ladies and gentlemen, today I am here to talk about Democratic presidential candidate for the upcoming 2024 election, Vermin Supreme. I will talk about who he is, his platform, as well as his foreign policy. And yes, that is a boot on his head. Moving on. He is Vermin Supreme. His legal name is, in fact, Vermin Supreme. That's on his driver's license. That's what's going to be on the ballot. Vermin Supreme. And he changed his name legally to Vermin Supreme back in 1990. We do not know what his birth name is, and I surmise it is because it is kept under wraps intentionally. He comes from Massachusetts, and Rockport in particular, and currently resides in New Hampshire. And he wears a boot on his head. He's campaigning on the platform of zombie apocalypse awareness and preparedness. He's campaigning on the platform of time travel research. He also promises to pass a law to mandate American citizens to brush their teeth. And in addition to that law, he also promises not to genetically breed flying monkeys posing as tooth fairies to enforce said toothbrushing law. And of course, his biggest promise, he promises every American a right to a pony. Now, moving on, we must also talk about his foreign policy. In 2012, he advocated to send troops everywhere and to annex Iraq as the 51st state of the Union and Afghanistan as the 52nd state of the Union. An article from the Washington Post called Vermin Supreme Rears His Bearded Head states that he says, and I quote, "I propose we will invade and we will make that country a state. So Iraq would be our 51st state. Afghanistan would be the 52nd state, and on and on. Once we change these foreigners to Americans, they will certainly love America, and we'll be able to tax them, and it will be a wonderful, unified United States of the earth. Thank you." In the present day, however, it becomes much more aggressive. Today, he promises to increase hostilities with nations that he deems a threat to our nation. He wishes to wage war with Narnia, and he says he will bomb Narnia. And he says, during the debate at the lesser-known presidential candidate forum, he says, and I quote, "If we do not fight them in their dimension there, we will have no choice but to fight them in our dimension here. The orcs are an existential threat to our way of life, and we will not stop until we have reached Middle Earth and the last orc is dead." In conclusion, he is a real presidential candidate from New Hampshire. He campaigns on the zombie apocalypse awareness and preparedness. He advocates for toothbrushing laws. He promises that every American will have a pony and has one of the most aggressive foreign policies in existence in waging war against the orcs in Narnia. Now, to round this out, and to call it a day, I would like to end this with a quote from the big man himself. "My name is Vermin Supreme. I am a friendly fascist. I am a tyrant you should trust, and you should let me run your life because I do know what is best for you. Vote early, vote often, and remember, a vote for Vermin Supreme is a vote completely thrown away." Good night, everybody. 5 minutes and 11 seconds. Okay, so perfect. We got it. We got this. Now I'm probably gonna have to practice this over and over, and we probably could add more information to this, but this is actually going to be longer because I'm going to take a moment to I will take a moment to bring up my visual aid too. So and that's going to take about 10 seconds. So we got it, guys. We got our speech. Fuck yeah. And I did it in one sitting. That's crazy. Really happy with this. So yeah, we got our speech about Vermin Supreme. We're gonna do this, and I'm really happy with that. Yeah, very happy with this. Yes. I think that's it, guys. I think we got what we need. I'm gonna practice this a little more off stream, but I believe we got our speech. We got it. We're ready. We just need the visual aid. And I'll get to practice it too. So yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and call it a day, honestly, because we got everything we need right here. I'll do a little more work here and there. I might go live again and work on the speech a little more, but yeah, we're perfect. We're doing great. We're big chilling now. Thank you guys so much for watching. I will hopefully be back by this week with actual content like Halo and finish Halo 4, for example, and then we'll move on to Halo 5. We also have like a tournament, a free-for-all tournament coming up in in March 9th and March 10th, as well as a boomer. We got a boomer a playdate, BTV playdate on March 9th as well. So next weekend is also going into spring break, and that is going to be like a big weekend for Halo. So we'll be done with homework finally. But this was really fun. I had a great time doing this. Thank you guys so much for watching. I will see you guys probably tomorrow. We'll have to see. Love you guys. Peace out.